Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Breath of Fire 3, where we're finally getting days.
We can finally level up. We can level up pretty freely now. Our level limit has been increased for every character by a huge amount, which is really nice. So right now, our level limit for the protagonist is 46. Sorry, is 45. We can get to 45. With the protagonist, we're not getting anywhere near that. That's you don't get there before you finish the game levels, okay? So our current build for the protagonist will allow us to level up for pretty much the remainder of the game without ever running into the level cap. And we're golden. Unfortunately, this is kind of funny. Ray has a level limit of 30. Nina's actually higher than the limit on how high Ray can get right now, which is kind of funny. It's more than a little funny. That's actually very funny. Hypothetically speaking, I really should... This is not a good level. This is a level I should be taking under Ladon. I should be taking this level under Ladon. Am I going to leave the level limit active for Ray, actually? I didn't look at this, but I'm looking at this and I'm this is a really garbage fall level. So, Ladon gives better stats on that level than Fall does. Do I just ignore Ray? Ray might actually not need to level up. we might just ignore Ray, actually. Ray can level from 19 to 21 without cropping up onto a level that really feels like it should be a Ladon level. So I think we're going to do that. We're not leveling up Ray yet. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Do you have any levels that are suspiciously Ladon coded, my dear friend Peiko? Let's see. Probably not. I could do this under Fall instead of Days, which would give me a higher net gain. What do we have at 19? At 19, we have 18. At level 30, with our current build, we're only going to have 28 speed. The bulk of our speed gains on Peiko are unfortunately coming from Ladon levels later on, because he has so many levels where he gains 0 speed that it really is very sensible to just sit on Fall for most of these levels. Because there's a lot of levels where we're getting a full value out of Fall. We're getting 8 additional stat points total, which is the maximum, because he loses nothing because he's at 0 int growth and 0 speed growth for that particular level. I'll have to think about it. These days levels that I have here aren't really very good. I do think that I would probably overall be better off if I replaced every days level that has a value of 2 with a -1 value of fourth thinger. What is my int growth? My total is 172 with this build, which is not reaching the soft cap. Does it matter that much? Not really. I'm not even going to get to there, so it doesn't make a huge difference. this random Hachio level that we have out of fucking nowhere. Is there a reason that we're using Hachio here instead of using Bunyan? Doesn't Hachio not give you any additional benefit? Am I just using Hachio because it's a meme? Two, two, one. Yes. So there is no real reason that I'm using Hachio other than the fact that I can. I guess. Okay. That's weird flex, but okay. So I think what we're gonna do now, I do think if I look at the level 30 stats, I think I stick with what I'm doing right now. I do think that it makes a lot of sense to replace some of these days levels, but I'm not going to do it because I want to get the +1 attack for every single level. Because this is a character who does not have a lot of options to gain attack, so making sure that I'm getting at least 1 attack power for every level is kind of important, I think. I'm taking Fall for this level, but is this a level that would be better off under Ladon? This is a 4 HP level. This is a 4 HP level. No, this gives us full... this is a full Fall level, so there's no cost to it at all. Yeah, these are both full Fall levels. There's no reason to do that. Alright, so we're going to basically be... I guess we should probably open up the game or whatever, right? This is like a video game stream, not a spreadsheet stream where I'm not even showing off the spreadsheet because I'm not doing my job correctly. So, today we are leveling. That's the goal right now is to get everybody to level 19. I want to basically compare everyone's stats at level 19 with the builds that I have crafted for them and the let's see. With the builds that I've got for them paired with the actual gear they have available at this point in the game. Because one of the failures in my sort of methodology, so to speak, is that I don't generally do enough, like... I don't pay close enough attention to what these builds mean once you actually apply gear. Different characters have access to wildly different gear. I made a duplicate of this save so that we can do some stuff. But I want to do some comparative checks with the various characters that I have available right now. So let's go ahead. Do I actually care to check them all at the exact same time? Right, I guess we're opening up with fishing, huh? How much skill link do I have? I have 2 skill link. And we need to get... I should have done this prior to stream. Oh man, this would have been a good thing to do pre-stream. Okay, let's open up. We're actually just going to open up a notepad document. And then we can open up the fishing fac. And what else do we need to do? We get We could get the Holy Mantle or the other one, but that's probably too much of a nuisance. So I'm probably not going to worry about that. So let's focus on the things that I want to pick up because I think they will be interesting. So Manila shops. We need Skill Ink and one rainbow, one trout. That seems probably like the easiest way to grab that. Because rainbow trout and normal trout are probably really easy to catch with a deluxe rod. We could get 2 octopus instead. But octopus are kind of annoying to catch. So probably not going to bother with those. Okay, next place, don't have anything interesting showing up. Next place, we have the Katzbalger. One Barandi, which is supposed to be a barramundi. 2 black bass, 1 catfish. Resizing this so it's large enough. Okay, next we need a speed boot. Alright, 1. Okay, so speed boots, 1 Barandi, 1 black bass, 1 devilfish. That's easy enough to deal with. Next is Demon's Bane, which would have been real nice to have a second ago. 1 spearfish, 2 black bass. And we could get the Ares spear, but there's no reason to because we get access to it after we get access to the broadly superior weapon that we've already got. So we don't need any more than this. So total. Now let's go with 10 trouts. And we'll go with... We want to just pick up a bunch of skill link here. So how many Barandi do we need? We need only 2 Barandi? 2 Barandi, 5 black bass, 1 catfish, 1 goldfish, and that's it? Okay, that's easy enough. There's other stuff that we do need to catch eventually, but we don't need to catch those right now. We can catch them later when we have a better fishing pool. All right, so let's get our fishing done. That seems like a pretty easy sell. So the black bass are probably the closest thing to us, so let's go get 5 black bass. Never mind, the black bass are probably not the best. Actually, they are still the closest thing to us. We'll go into the Field of Flowers, just get this done. Anything new? Culture level rose. Alright. And the spearfish and that kind of stuff is stuff that I need later, not right now. We're gonna go ahead and save right outside, and then I think they eat worms, so it would be nice if I had a convenient worm to feed them, but it's probably fine. The deluxe rod doesn't have super long range, so it's not super great for catching the deeper fish. It's not super great for catching anything, honestly. It's moderately superior to the rods that I already have for catch strength. But The fishing poles in this game are kind of weirdly designed, if I'm being honest. You get access to a lot of range increases, like right off the bat. But you don't really get a lot of okay, this is a normal bass. There might not be any black bass that are actually in range right now. So I have to make the decision on whether I want to push them in range. Or just catch them with a weaker thing. I only need to catch 5 of them. So, like, I could use an angling rod to push them closer to shore. And that might be my best bet here. I'm gonna go catch whatever bass this one is down here. Just because it's really close to shore right now. And I think that makes sense. Okay, right over it. That is a normal bass. Okay, thank you, piranha. I don't need the piranha for anything, I don't think. I wish I could use the piranha for skilling or something. Yeah, we're gonna need to use, like, the angling rod to get the ones in the back pushed forward. Okay. So we're catching this one. This will mean that I don't get distracted by it later. And I need bass for other stuff as well. Not immediately, but I'll need them eventually. So let's switch to... I don't have the angling rod. I just have this. Wait, no, I don't want to have this equipped. Okay. Right, angling rod I get access to later. Actually, is this just better? Does the bamboo rod actually have that much? Does it even have meaningfully more range? It might not have meaningfully more range than the Lux rod. I don't think it actually has meaningfully more range. They're about the same. It's just the Lux rod I don't. Okay, this is a black bass. You can tell because it wasn't attracted to the bait on 2. You can also tell by the stamina bar. So I think this was an edge case where it technically has a small enough stamina bar that it could be a really big normal bass.
Very good.
Okay, we got 1. There's no others that are nearby. I think we exit and come back in. So we only need 1 for that. But yeah, I do think I want to pick up the Katzbalger. We want to give the best case scenario for Ray, because part of what I'm going to be doing is like comparing the actual benefit that you get. Okay, this is a black bass. I think we picked this up and then we just take it out and come back in. But yeah, even with the deluxe rod, these black bass are hard to reel in. You know, the master rod might actually be useful for fishing up black bass.
Very good.
They made some like incredibly bizarre decisions when it comes to the fishing rods. There is a master rod that you can get that requires that you have like a fishing score that's very, very high to get it. And the thing that's all normal. That makes sense. The thing that's kind of crazy about it is you need to be on a clear save file. You have to have beaten the game in order to get access to it. So that's the first thing that's kind of crazy. Is it's like, okay, well, that's unusual, but okay. And then, in addition to needing to be on a clear file to get access to it, it doesn't have the strongest pulling power in the game. It's fine. It's like, it's better than this rod, but it also doesn't have the longest range. So it's got this weird situation where it doesn't have the range to get like consistently to the hardest fish to catch. So it doesn't replace the angling rod for that. And it also doesn't have the pulling power of the spanner. So it doesn't really replace the spanner. So there's this weird element to it where it's like in this middle ground area, and I'm like I've been wondering like what is the purpose of this fishing rod? And I guess it would be pretty good for going after mid-tier fish that you don't really need the spanner for, but which are a little deeper than you're going to consistently get to with the, this is like the tiniest bass in existence, competing for space with a fucking black bass. It's very annoying. There's 3 bass right there, and all 3 of them are, no, 2 of them are probably normal bass, and 1 is a black bass. Anyway, so getting things like black bass, which are maybe like a little further out, generally speaking, than your deluxe rod is going to comfortably get to. Makes sense, because like, the basic strategy for fishing is, with dealing with like the really late stuff, is usually to just use the angling rod with the incorrect bait, and then just push the thing closer to shore so that it's within range of the spanner, and then just catch it with the spanner. Right? Every fish you catch with a spanner, right? You gotta be kidding me. Where my black bass at? Hey, Crazier Carl. We are indeed having some happy fishing. We're gonna be finishing up the fishing that we need to do to get all the like cool, like unique items here. I'm probably not going to pick up the Ares spear because we already have the Beast spear. I would, under a normal playthrough, I actually probably would use the, okay, where the heck are the black bass? Are they all... I need an angling rod to get access to the black bass on this load. That's very embarrassing. Okay, fine. I don't think there's any bass in... I don't think there's any black bass in range. Very rude. So I'm probably not going to be making use of the Ares Sphere. I guess I could pick it up anyway, but I'd rather pick it up when I have the Spanner, honestly. Just for completionist perspectives. We're not still trying to, you know, get Delonzo to work with us. How fucking dare you? Can I get out there with Bamboo Rod? I don't think I could get... No, I can't get all the way out there with the Bamboo Rod. Alright, we need to force another cycle. We need 5 of these, and once we have 5 of these, we're done with these. This is probably the most time-consuming portion of this, honestly, because I only need 2 Barandi, a catfish, and a devilfish to finish up everything that I need. Well, actually, no. The most time-consuming thing is going to be all the trout I need. Now that I think about it. We're going to push these towards shore a bit. The Lux Rod that we didn't have equipped, and I actually remembered that I didn't have it equipped, so that's good at least. Fuck, okay, we're fine. I think that's gonna go a little too deep. It was on its way out. Yeah. With a perfect cast, I might have been able to grab that, but... There's 3 that are shallow right now. Okay, there we go. Nope. I wonder if there's any type of lures that the piranha don't go after. Because if I want to just do the most easy strat. This is just normal. Yeah, this is a black bass. No! I need the black bass! Wow, this thing is giving me black bass, like, difficulty on a not even particularly large normal bass. How dare you? How dare you be such a pain in the ass and also be small? Are there no black bass in range right now? Because this is not a black bass. There's 3 down here. I can't imagine that any of these are black bass, right? Like, a black bass isn't coming this shallow. But are we gonna catch 4 normal bass and all of the black bass are so deep that I can't even see them? Is that the world we live in? That might be the world we live in. I hate to tell you, that might be the world we live in. Wait. That did not start approaching on the 3. That's not a guarantee, because sometimes they are
Good.
Sometimes there's a delay.
Hey.
This might be a black bass, though. This is in fact a black bass. You know, I thought we were, for a second I thought we might get away with not needing to drain this thing's stamina, but no such luck. That is a normal bass. I might as well collect it. Okay, that almost certainly is a normal bass. It's a pretty big normal bass, but I don't think it's big enough to max out the bass score. Maxing out the normal bass score will, I think, require getting one that has a stamina bar beyond the midpoint. It is also possible, but I don't think so. I think that there might be randomness, but I don't think there's a lot of it in terms of the stamina bar for the thing relative to its size. I think it's pretty directly proportional. This is another black bass. And I fucking missed it. It's probably gonna be too deep now. I should have just pushed it closer to shore. Yeah, so one of the nice things with the spanner is that for the weaker fish like this, the piranhas and things like that just can't pull against the spanner at all. So once you've got them locked in, and they just can't get away. It's very, very convenient because it means that you don't waste nearly as much time on fish that... Okay. Are you a black bass? Because you look pretty fucking deep. But you also have a garbage stamina. You are a black bass. Okay, we're going. You know, I didn't actually check if I had any black bass on me already. We might be done with this one. We might be done for black bass. Yeah, this spawn is making up for the other spawns where we didn't get any.
Very good.
Nice. This is a normal bass, right? Okay. Now, what are the mid-sized fish here? Are they trout and rainbow trout? If there's trout and rainbow trout here as well, then I might as well pick those up. Because I do need to pick up a bunch of those, just because I do want to use Monopolize. That's not a mid-sized fish, right? This is though. So what are you? No, you can't be. You can't be. You are? You're a rainbow trout? That's crazy.
Good.
No, you're a normal trout. But still, that was a crazy movement pattern on that thing. we've got another one here. Telling the difference between the trout and the piranhas is going to be harder now because I'm used to looking at the bigger fish. It's fine. I think this other one is also a trout. It is. This is a rainbow trout, which is nice. Because we do need even numbers of both. This is a trout. Damn, what better be? After giving me that much of a problem, you know? Okay, I think we just fish out everything here for now. Everything within range. I think we're done with the black bass. So, I almost lost that fish. So I did not keep moving to the right when I needed to keep moving to the right. Ooh. Yeah, I think I can probably... The fishing score is unfortunately not, I don't think, used for anything at this point. I don't think I actually need it for anything until post-game. We already have over 2k. Are you big enough? Okay, I don't think that we need to catch any of the others. So... we clear these, and then we pop out of here. We check our inventory to see how many bass we have. If we have 5 black bass, then we have enough to get our job done. And if we have 4, then I am sad. We have 6 rainbow trout. We have 6 black bass, and we have 4 trout. Okay, so we have enough to get 4 of the thing. All right, let's pop over here. And we don't need to catch more trout immediately. We can worry about that later. The nice thing is that once we have gotten this done, we can start leveling up, and we can level up basically everyone but Ray will have a fairly high level they can get to. Though Peiko can only get to like level 30 before I need to get a new master that I don't have access to yet. So, you know, Peiko might not be able to get as out of control, but I'm probably not going to be getting to level 30 before I get access to that master, I don't think. Very unlikely. So... we do unfortunately have to walk through here every time. And we already put Momo under the correct master. So Momo should be able to level. Jesus. Oh god. Poor Momo. He shouldn't have gotten back up. Let's see. Poor Momo. Real rough getting influenced right off the bat there. Nope. That actually is a breakaway, and you fall into a hole if you go there. I could start leveling here, but I'm not probably gonna want to get the XP off of these. I'm gonna want to go somewhere more efficient. I actually don't know what would be the most efficient location to level in, though. It might literally just still be Mount Zublo. Mount Zublo might still be the highest EXP area. Because I don't think the, like, single packs of nut people, like, not bolt, the bolt people are very good. Oh, we actually do need to go into the Donna Mine, now that I think about it. Alright. We're gonna camp. We're gonna save the game. And then we will start grabbing the fish here. I don't know if I can catch Barandi here. I think I can't. So maybe I should go to... I think maybe the western one has both catfish and Barandi. Maybe I should just go to the western one. I think it might have both. I'm not sure. I'm kind of surprised how few things we need. We only really need to catch one... I didn't write down the spearfish that I need. On the bottom. Unknown. So there's two unknowns here. But one of them's at the front, which generally implies that it's like a low order.
Get ready?
Alright. I believe that everything basically goes after worms. Okay, that is... This is a bass. Right, this is gonna be full of bass. Shit. Okay. This is a place where the bass are actually the nuisance fish. Which is kind of funny. I'm actually not sure this is the best place to get this one. That's fine. This is just some of the bass. We are going to probably just have to fish this whole area out. But by pushing a bunch of them substantially closer to shore with each wave, my hope is that I can, like, ensure that it doesn't take that long. This is so funny. Literally everything here goes for worms, I think. Unless the catfish don't. If the catfish go for toads instead, that's gonna be really funny. If I need a frog to catch the catfish... That would be very amusing. On the plus side, we should be able to fairly trivially get the bass done. This thing is eventually going to get further away from shore and become a nuisance. So we're going to catch it now. Because it's very easy to catch it once it's close to shore. Hopefully that doesn't go too far out. Do I need a toad for this? I might actually need a frog for this.
Good.
I think this is a pass. Bass also go for frogs, I think. Nope.
Very good.
That is red catfish. Perfect. Okay, so we got the first red catfish. How many do we need? We just need one. Okay, perfect. We're done. We're not done. We actually have 2 Brandy that we need to catch. We need 1 devilfish and 1 spearfish. But those are caught in a completely different section. The Brandy, though, we do need to get. I'm tempted to just call it a barramundi, but I wonder if it was mistranslated in all of like the European languages, or if it's just in English. Because like I wonder if the PAL version is also got this translation. We do not have the vodka shot translation, I don't believe. I believe that's PAL. There's an item that's called a vodka shot in one of them. So we got that. Do you go for worms? I'm gonna assume that you do for the sake of my sanity. So, we're now... I'm just gonna putter around and try to catch some of these, because these are what, trout probably? Considering it came after this. Yeah, that's trout.
Good.
So we can catch some more trout while we wait. Okay, that is potentially something we can get. If it goes toward shore, we can catch this here. We pushed it towards shore. It might need a frog, but I wasn't really trying to catch it there, I was just trying to keep it pushing.
Good.
Alright, that's actually... Shit, I didn't notice that one. We've got one that we pushed toward shore. Oh, nice. We can potentially push 2 more toward shore here. Okay. that thing is probably a catfish. Hopefully it's not a barramundi. But hey, we're catching another trout.
Good.
I think I'm going to swap to a toad. I was trying to push that closer to shore and it did not pan out for me.
Hey.
Okay, this is taking the toad. That is a barramundi. So we do know that barramundi can take frogs now. So barramundi are one of the like ultra fish. They're like I think they're like the most difficult river fish. So you're going to
Very good. Great.
potentially have them pull away even once they run out of stamina. Anybody else who's already been pushed to shore? No, the one that was pushed into shore earlier has already moved away from shore, unfortunately. I'm gonna go ahead and equip a spirit and just catch one of these trout.
Hey.
Okay, never mind, we're gonna go ahead and catch this piranha instead. Because, of course, we are. Then
Good.
the reason that we're catching these right now is just to kill a little bit of time while they reset.
Good.
No, that's enough. Okay, don't think. Cool, definitely not gonna cast like that. Okay, we're just gonna catch this. Okay, never mind, maybe we catch this instead.
Hey.
You know, maybe we catch this one instead, actually. So if we catch this, then that'll get us one step closer to being able to just kind of ignore skilling. Costs. Ignore is a strong word, but like to not need to worry about it in terms of moving Monopolize over to get everybody up to level 19. So I do want to hit level 19 on everybody and give everyone the best equipment they have available and sort of do a comparative analysis of what that looks like on each of them. Is that a huge fish that's just like chilling? Wait a second. Did one of them just wander all the way into... Okay. One of them wandered all the way to here. Okay. There's another one over here. Unfortunately, I can't see it right now. There it is. So we're basically just pushing this all the way to shore. Okay. I'm probably not going to be able to catch... That was a barramundi. Alright, good. This is the last fish we need to catch right now.
Hey.
Okay, we're going to catch this piranha. It's not the last one we need, but it's the last one that we need in this environment. I'm really struggling with this one. Holy shit. I'm used to all these tiny stamina bars. I don't think this is particularly big for a barramundi. I think the other one was a small barramundi. But with that done,
Very good. Great.
we have a decent-sized barramundi. Let's grab this thing, whatever it is. Oh shit, let's pass right by it. I'm not blind, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Okay, this is actually another barramundi, so... I think we need another barramundi eventually, so... Makes sense to catch it. Maybe I was wrong, maybe there are only barramundi here. I thought there were both in one location, but maybe that's a later location? I think it would be a later location. And we are good. So we've got the last barramundi that we need for now. We actually have more than the last one that we need for now. We've got more than we need. We've already picked up a laurel, so I don't think I need to get another one here. So I think we're in pretty good shape. We save the game. We'll be able to pick up a fairly strong weapon for Ray. We'll be able to give Ray the good old college try. See how much damage we can get out of Were-Tiger. Ray might be able to get pretty close to the damage cap right now. With Were-Tiger.
Ready?
So we might actually be able to kind of demonstrate here why it is that Ray has a tendency to feel pretty decent as a character. I have noticed that a lot of people don't seem to realize how easy it is to reach the damage cap. It's like they just don't notice when they can just stop putting the protagonist at the head of an attack formation, as an example. Like, people will put, like, a late-game protagonist with, like, really good gear at the head of an attack formation in warrior form, and it's like, what are you doing? I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here, but he capped on damage before you got the thing. You could just put him in the back row and put someone else in the front row, and you'll do more damage because one person's benefiting from it. Which is very convenient, actually, because protagonist is real squishy. Well, not real squishy. The protagonist is actually very tanky, but depending on how you build him, he can be tankier or less tanky. And warrior form doesn't really come with a lot of defensive boosts, so it's like you prefer not to have the warrior sitting on the front line. I don't know why I said that the protagonist is squishy. This protagonist is very, very tanky, especially in warrior form. I think warrior form is like a 1.5 times defense modifier, so like he's pretty beefy. Let's see here. That was a crazy thing to say. So we have access to... Oh, we need to go to the Donna Mine. We're going to go to the mine and get this portion done before we go do the rest of the fishing, because we need to have Momo for this, and we've already got Momo in the party. So let's get this done. And why did I go into... Yes, because I'm going to save. So we saved the game. And I think I am actually going to just do a quick rest in the Donna Mine just to restore Momo's max HP, because I'm going to have to do it eventually, and I might as well just do that now. Do I have anything else that I need to do before I do this? I need Momo to have Monopolize. Oh, wait, I can't level up Momo a bunch in here because Momo's going to level up once and then need to switch. Let's pull up the Momo sheet. Momo. She needs one level under days and then immediately follows up that level. And this is actually a good level of days. This is... She doesn't get any defense at level 11. So she's losing out on 3 HP to gain 1 agility, 1 attack power, and 3 intelligence. Not like the best trait in the world, especially because intelligence is a fairly weak stat. But, you know, funnily enough, it might be a better trade for my purposes to put her under Mary Leap for this level. Because she loses 1 HP to get 2 agility. But we have... Wait though, hear me out. How much int am I maxing out at? We have 348, we have so much overkill int. Oh wait, no, we also get 3 AP. I forgot about the AP. What? Yes, we're also getting 3 AP out of it. So... probably worth it. Though Momo has a lot of AP to play with, she doesn't necessarily need that AP that much. It's fine though. Let's give her... Do I need Monopolize? How much EXP does everybody need to level? You need a little over 1,000. You need probably you need 300. So yeah, I actually don't need to monopolize here. I can just eat the EXP with everybody. And I'll still be level 19 when she hits level 11. I don't have enough overkill into this level to be a threat. So, we'll start running away from enemies once we have gotten past a certain point, but I don't remember where the thing that I need is. Yeah, Momo is going to struggle a bit here. I should probably put... Oh, that is a lot of fucking... Sure is a good thing that we have Blizzard now, huh? I'm gonna snooze. And I guess Momo... I could Typhoon with Momo. Let's Typhoon. Luckily, I don't have to worry too much about getting multiple levels with her. Holy shit, that's actually pretty good damage. We just did 300 damage to each of them. That's not bad. I'll take that. I'll take 300 damage. Why not? You know, for this leveling spree, I think I am just going to rest completely freely and not worry about it. Just because it's a nuisance that I don't want to deal with right now. Today is a day for rest. It is a Thursday. And that means we get to do whatever we want. Is that what that means? Yes, we'll go with that. Oh, right, we can blitz, too. Oh, we have blitz. Now, the problem's going to come into play when we get access to... we're going to finish leveling so fast here. Oh, we actually have another reason that we need to come to Donna Mine, so we can't do it yet. Where is the wall that I need to break down? I don't remember where the wall is that I need to blast down. If I somehow don't kill them with the Blizzard, which doesn't have enough variance for me to expect to not do it. Yeah, Blizzard? Doing pretty decent damage. Okay, so we're very close to leveling up to 11. You do have days, right? Yeah, I was very confused why I thought that days was such a good bargain because I completely forgot. Okay, this is not the wall. Shit, where is the wall? I actually do not remember where the wall that I need to break down is. But hey, we're done leveling up for right now. We're golden. I guess we could like monopolize or something. I could just monopolize and blitz. Momo gains 3 agility, we gain 5 intelligence. 1 power, 5 AP. Not too shabby. Not an amazing level, but it's fine. Okay, so this is not where we need to be. Where the heck is it? I don't actually remember where this thing is. Did we actually just leave now? You know, I actually should have killed that. Alright. Because I can just monopolize and blitz. We have the advantage that Nina is still the fastest character. So since she's still the fastest character, Monopolize into Blitz is going to do wonders for her. Now, the Blitz might not kill every enemy, so we do have to be a little concerned about that, but you're going to start to see some really cool stuff. Hey, Saris. Yep, we have finally leveled up Momo. She's gotten her first level. Yeah, we're just gonna do attack formation, and I think I can monopolize Blitz most enemies in one turn here. Where the heck is this thing? I don't remember where the wall. Maybe it's at 4-3. Luckily, the Dawn of Mine is not actually that big of a dungeon. I think it's cool having Momo at minimum level. One of the things that I find interesting about Momo is that she's actually very useful at minimum level. She's just so good. Like, as a character, she's so damn good. And it's nice to get some use out of, like, Gar. Unfortunately, I don't know how we're ever gonna get any use out of Ray. We're gonna show what Ray can do at Thinger. Momo's like a top tier character. What are you talking about? In terms of combat performance? She has AoE healing, she has one of the highest attack powers in the game, she's moderately durable, and she can do basically anything. She's the closest thing to, like, a mini Ryu that the game has. Like, she's no Ryu, right? But, like, she's basically Ryu in human form. Oh, well, that's why you just need to give her Shadow Walk. She has plenty of AP to use Shadow Walk. And you can get Shadow Walk basically the second you get her. That's not true. It takes a little bit to get Shadow Walk. Wait, no. I need to be one. I think the place that I need is maybe on B1. I don't know where this is. No, it's not. That's true. That is true. Momo's also a pretty good blitz user early on in the game. The chances of her missing all 3 attacks are fairly low, and when you first get her, she's got such high attack power and pretty decent speed that she can outperform Ryu in doing that. Where is this? Is it all the way at the start? It might actually be all the way at the start. Luckily, I don't think there's random encounters in this section. Where the heck is this door? It's not there. Did I somehow just not tag it when I thought that I tagged it? I thought I tagged all those walls that look weird. Well, she's not that sturdy. She's just sturdy compared to Nina. And Ray. She's sturdy compared to those two, but not compared to, like... Yeah. But she's so good. She's so good. I love Momo. Momo is a great character both in combat and out. I will hear no Momo slander. She just gets too good of weapons too early. She can exploit elemental weaknesses before you get access to any other physical attackers who can consistently do that. One second. She can exploit an elemental. She's the first character to be able to do quadruple damage, I think. I guess technically you can do quadruple damage to like a ghost or something if you have a silver knife. But like, when do you get a flare sword? Flare sword is relatively late, right? And like the flare sword isn't useful for most of the areas because everything's immune to fire. But like Momo has the ability to use a shadow walk with ice on all of the enemies in Zublo that are weak to fire. Like, she's just so good. And I think her baseline AP is enough to use 5 shadow walks. She's so good. She's so good. I haven't used her this run, but she's so good. But Frost Strike isn't Shadow Walk, and it can't crit. So Frost Strike does half the damage that you would deal with a Shadow Walk, and costs half as much AP. Like, Frost Strike is extremely expensive, and it does half the damage you do with a Shadow Walk. Right, monopolizing into Blitz. That's it's been so long since I actually had to fight anything that I forgot. Let's compare. I don't know how well she's going to compare right now because she's like 10 levels behind. The boss of the volcano is weak against ice. The damn near everything is vulnerable to either ice or fire for like the first half of the game. And Flame Strike you don't get access to until way later. Let's see. So currently she has 121. She's level 11 and has more power than the protagonist has. Can I improve this? I cannot improve this right now. Let's see. Well, it's a matter of just dealing more damage and getting things done faster. God, you could blitz that boss. Oh my god, you could blitz the boss. If you gave her a fire ring, you could fucking use blitz. Anyway. She's not necessarily... Because you could blitz and you do double damage. It would not be a good idea. She's not that tanky. She's not tanky enough that using blitz with her is a good idea. But you're not doing the double damage, is the thing. Like, think about this. Like, you put Momo under Mary Leap, right? Which is not what I'm doing right now, but just don't worry about it. You put Momo under Mary Leap, and you just have her leveling casually. She's going to be getting X turns with Blitz, with Elemental Weak. She's just so good. I don't think she's better than Ryu at that point in the game. Oh, okay. I think it's maybe up here. Not literally here, but... Is it this? Yes, it is. There we go. You found coupons! Okay, so that permanently reduces the price of everything that I would buy in a store. Which is kind of cool. Okay, we monopolize, we blitz, and I just attack, I guess. Actually, Blitz wouldn't be that great for that boss. You just use Shadow Up. Because of the fact that she's going to be missing anyway. She's going to be missing anyway, so you wouldn't want to use Blitz for that boss. But yeah, like, nah, Momo under Mary Leap Momo wouldn't be that strong, I don't think. I don't think she's a very strong contender for that, because she needs to have those... She needs those fall levels. That's not great for me. I blitzed my way down. I blitzed too close to the sun. Wait! I stand corrected, we're fine. We blitzed exactly the number of times that we should have. We're fine. Everything's great. I mean, you could, but you could also not. And the nice thing is that defense items are the easiest to just get a bajillion of. Like, defense items are like a dime a dozen. Like, it's very easy to get defensive items. Like, the offensive stats are way later before you can actually accumulate a shit ton of them. Whereas, like, you could accumulate enough proteins to negate all damage in the game really early. And it doesn't get easier necessarily. Like, it doesn't get that much better. It doesn't get that much better than Vulcans. Vulcans are one of the best farms in the game. They drop, they give you a huge amount of EXP, they drop a useful item that you want, and they are otherwise useful. And the Goo Titans also drop protectors. But I would also... I'm thinking about, like, you get access to, like, Goo Titans and Mount Zublo, like, as a kid, right? So, that's not even as an adult. It's just so early. Yeah, the birds are not going to drop Swallow Eyes with very much consistency, though. Like, Swallow Eyes I would pretty well put in the camp of, like, just copy them. Keep the ones you have and copy them. Don't... The farm is the farm is real for those. Those are extremely rare. The ones in Cedar... I've actually seen one drop in Cedar Woods before. Like... I got one in Cedar Woods, not when I wasn't trying to get it. I didn't charm it, so it had a 1 in 256 chance of dropping, and it dropped because I've played the game enough times that eventually you're going to get a Swallow Eye in Cedar Woods, right? Like, you're probably going to kill, like, 5 of those birds in Cedar Woods on average per attempt. That's crazy. How much are you grinding in Cedar Woods? That's I don't even fight 3 birds on average these days because I'm always running from everything. I know I just saved, don't worry about it. Alright, we are going to I think we need to give Monopolize to Momo. We also need to drop anything that we don't need. I don't think we need Multi-Strike. We need Flame and Frost Strike. We are going to move Shadow Walk off of the protagonist. We are going to get rid of this. We don't need it. And... do we need War Shout on the protagonist? No, the protagonist is not a good source of War Shout. Alright, so Nina doesn't need Trump, she doesn't need Berserk, she doesn't need Summon Death. She doesn't need any of the things that she learned from Giotto. We just got them because we wanted to learn them. She does need Blind. She does not necessarily need Blind. Who needs Blind? I think Peiko needs Blind. Peiko doesn't have 100% accuracy.
Do I need to put blind on the protagonist?
No, it needs the blind needs to come out after the Monopolize. So actually, yes, the blind can just go on you anyway. This is fine. You're the most likely to get a thinger right now. And we give you shield again, but in a higher slot. Okay, so Gar doesn't need to change anything. Ray doesn't need to change anything. We don't need backhand on the character that has less than 100% accuracy. We don't necessarily need influence on you, but that's fine. What do we do here? We are going for... you need Monopolize and Shadow Walk. Give you Shadow Walk. Do you need Double Blow if you have Shadow Walk? No. Actually, we're going to replace this with Shadow Walk. We're going to put Typhoon in slot 4. Put Monopolize in slot 2 for now. And we will not give you War Shout because, no... how much are we going to use Nina moving forward? Not that much, I think. Do we... but... you know, maybe we will use a lot. You know what? Maybe we leave Nina permanently in the party. What do we think about leaving Nina permanently in the party? Let's give you... let's give you War Shout. Because you can do some crazy shit with War Shout. By which I mean you can make everybody else do crazy shit. Anything else that I need for you? I don't think so. I think we're golden. Okay, so... can we slow the other characters down? Because it would be really nice if you were faster. The speed ring. Wait, that's going to help a ton. If we go do the fishing now, we can get the speed ring. And we can't do any fighting right now anyway. So yes, let's go get this. Let's go get ourselves a speed ring. No, speed boots. We're gonna get the speed boots. So this is actually going to be a priority because it will mean that I can use Monopolize before the other characters go. This will allow me to manipulate the lower level party members into being the fastest by just equipping a bunch of heavy shit on my speedy characters, and that is a very beneficial thing. Being able to Monopolize before my blitz person goes means that I can blitz on turn 1 before the enemies go, kill all the enemies, and benefit from all that EXP. So that's, I think, how we're going to do that. Let's see. Do we want to fight... I don't actually have the Midas accessory, but I should get that just for this purpose. I don't think I need it right now, because the protagonists can have heavy enough gear already, and I think so can Nina. Because Nina, I picked up that, like, 10-weight mace thing. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get the... I should probably... I should probably have healed you, considering that I'm now going to be running, not blitzing. It's fine. We don't need full HP on the protagonist. We're fine. He's fine. Yeah, the Midas accessory is that's a good suggestion. I think I'm already wearing magma armor. I actually only got one because I wasn't like actually spending that much time in the volcano. I do have protectors though. I got real lucky. Oh, wait. Before we what's your speed, Eva? 37? Okay, maybe I'm actually gonna need that Midas thing, huh? Well, that's not surprising if you're regularly killing so many birds. That you're getting that done, you know? Not exactly surprising. It's not pure luck, because again, in order to get 3 of those eyes, you'd need to kill 3 birds. I don't kill. So here's the thing. The only time that I'm fighting instead of running in this game is when I am specifically trying to get levels. I'm trying to get like a specific threshold, right? So like I don't even have any concept in my head of how many birds you'd have to kill if you killed every bird you actually ran across. It's a play style difference, right? Where like I actually am very curious. If you don't do any grinding and you just walk through the game normally and fight every enemy that you come across, I'm legitimately curious how much higher level you'd be. Because I just don't remember. That's how I played the game when I first played it, but it isn't how I play it anymore. So I just don't have it. You know, it's been 20 years. I have no idea how that played out the first time. I like look at the recommended levels in these guides, right? Like the recommended level for Geist was level 25, and I'm like, is this recommended level high, or is it because a lot of the time in like guides you'll see the whatchamacallit? Ooh, Frau and Ein. What was I saying? A lot of times when you look at like guides on GameFAQs, they'll be like, here's how you beat this fight, okay? First, I would like you to spend 6 hours. They don't tell you this part, but this is implied in the whatchamacallit? The amount of levels that you're expected to have at this point, okay? So first we would like you to level from, you know, for the next 6 hours, and then once you've done that, go to the boss. And then once you reach the boss won't be able to hurt you with its attacks. But it's a very difficult boss. On turn 3, the boss should be dead. I am not slandering any particular guide author. This is just very common on GameFAQs, is that you'll see a recommended level and you'll be like, that's like 8 levels higher than I am, and I've fought every encounter that I've run into in this game. What the hell is happening? Like, what is these recommended levels? But anyway, so because of the fact that I don't play the game normally anymore, I never played the game normally. I have no concept of like how high the recommended levels are on. I think, is it David K? Is that the name of the guide author that I'm looking at? David K5, yes, is the thing that I look at when I'm looking at like what the I'm looking for basically just the list of every item in order in an area so that I can just use it as a checklist. And I glance at the bosses and I'm like, okay, so 25 for Geist, is that high or is that normal? And I just don't know. Okay. Momo is now Fall's apprentice. Yeah, the desert was rough. The desert was rough. Yeah, most of the game isn't that hard. I think that there are some fights that are fairly difficult, but I don't even know if those fights are mostly just difficult because of the fact that... Ooh. Do we fall or do we Bunyan? No, Bunyan also drops in. What am I thinking? Yeah, we fall. We don't need the attack power as much as we need the thing. But yeah, if I had used speaking of which, can you fight those in the container yard? On the teleporter pad? Is that a thing you can do? Can you fight them on the like, I don't think you usually run into random encounters while you're in the teleporter pad, but... Okay, because I've been curious about that, because it's something that I'm interested in trying to do. Yeah, there's like a 2 in 16 chance of running into one of the two of them, but the thing is that the teleporter pad area, usually the area is too small to actually run into enemies. Right? So, because like the container yard is after the desert, right? I remember this correct, right? Like this container yard is like the last teleporter after the desert. So the only way that you could fight them before the desert would be if you could use it on the teleporter platform. But the teleporter platform, I've tried to run into encounters there, and I haven't really gotten them. If I can do that, then I might want to try to fight the Berserker before I leave the continent. I technically have access to the Berserker right now. Maybe. Let's see. So, we've now set ourselves up under Fall. So, Momo is sitting at 52 HP. Let's see. That's crazy. That's like, you're not even supposed to get to level 50 in this game. Like, that's real. So, for those who don't know, there is a translation error in the directions to reach the other side of the desert. And because of the translation error, there's no in-game information that would help you to actually find there. You just kind of have to do things a little bit incorrectly off of what they tell you to do. It's like, it's a problem, right? Like, the desert is a problem, and now people have guides and things like that, but like when this game came out, like the internet didn't really when did GameFAQs come out, right? Like until we had like a much stronger internet. What was I doing? Oh right, fishing. Until we had a much stronger internet, we really were struggling. We were really struggling. And even when the internet first came out, we were still struggling because we were all children. Everyone on GameFAQs was children. Not everybody, but the bulk of us were children. So we have a bunch of 13-year-olds writing guides. And the problem with that is that, generally speaking, 13-year-olds are not decompiling the game and looking at its code to figure out the way that things actually work, and are instead just parroting the misinformation that the game gives you. And the whole thing, I seem to recall like actually reading a guide that basically said, oh, it might take you a few tries, you know, if you do this thing, but you just follow the instructions and eventually you'll get there. And if you follow the instructions correctly, you'll never get there. Yeah, exactly. The guide was just telling you, it's parroting the same information that's in the game, right? The same nonsense that the game tells you. Sad times. Sad times. Man, those Prima strategy guides back in the day. That industry like evaporated overnight with GameFAQs, huh? Like the game as a website, GameFAQs really has a huge impact on like the way that we interact with the games. The death of GameFAQs as an institution has been a very, very sad thing. Because if I'm ever like looking for information on a new game, I'm always looking at some wiki. And the problem with wikis is that wikis suck. That's the primary problem with wikis, is that they suck. The second problem with wikis is that the people who make wikis are not nearly neurodivergent enough to make guides, okay? They are not...
Very great.
GameFAQs people are my people, okay? The GameFAQs people who learn how to code so that they can decompile the fucking and read the Breath of Fire 3 like systems to figure out why it is that some people are claiming they've gotten an asbestos, you know, armor off of Baleo and Sunder, and this, that, and the other thing in the Baleo and Sunder fight, which cannot actually be done because the game doesn't actually read a victory when you do that fight. So anyone who says that they've gotten that stuff from there was either using some sort of Game Shark or was so here's my assumption, is that whoever was doing that was using some sort of like auto win the battle thing to win the battle, but the way that the battle resolves doesn't result in a victory. It doesn't result in running the code from a normal battle victory. So most likely they were just using a cheat engine in some way, shape, or form. That's like the most likely. They could also just be lying, because it's the internet and people like to lie. But that's beside the point. The primary point is that I love me the really good GameFAQs writers just make me very happy. I don't think that that's how I would describe the GameFAQs writers at all. I don't think that they have a lot of intersection with the Prima guides. I think that they are just creative writing projects done by nerds. That is my interpretation. Ooh, wow, you have a lot of stamina. Basically, it's AO3 for gamers, and admittedly, AO3 is also AO3 for gamers, but just don't worry about it. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe this is going to be Octopus and Devilfish. Devilfish are probably here. And so I don't need to catch the big fish at all. The big fish are all just sea bass. You know, I had the opportunity at the very start here to just pick up. Okay, there's one over there. I'll go grab that one. Yeah, I think that I'm interpreting this correctly. I don't actually remember what all the fish are in all the different places. My guess is that this is Devilfish plus Octopus or Devilfish plus Squid, and that's the two that aren't bass. Because it's important to bear in mind also, like, most GameFAQs guides are terrible. They're badly written, they're full of misinformation, and, like, they're just an avenue for some kid to brag about how, after grinding for 30 hours, they managed to beat a boss very easily. Like, if you look at the old games, probably about 80% of the guides are that. But you don't care about the 80% of the guides that are that. What you care about is the 1% of guides that are the most beautifully neurodivergent people creating the most detailed, like, information that you could possibly desire. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. And it's not the bulk of the site, but it's the only part of the site that matters. It's the only part of the site that matters. You can generally tell a good guide at a glance, though. Like, I don't usually use guides these days because most of the stuff that I'm playing just doesn't have them anymore. But when I'm playing like a game like this, it's nice to be able to pull out GameFAQs and just get, like, the delightful, like, guides that I miss so greatly. And the old rules always still apply, right? Like, the people who have acknowledged and recognized best practices are the people who are going to write a really good guide. So, like, you can tell when... You can tell that a guide is going to be up to a certain level of quality when, as an example, if you look at each area as a header for that area, it tells you what items are in the area and in what order they are obtained. I've seen if you get a guide where it has the header at the top, and those items are in alphabetical order, you're in for a bad time, my friend. Flee immediately. If that shit's in alphabetical order, run away. You need that shit to be in order that they are obtained within the guide. That's how you know. That's how you know. Because you see that one little quality of life improvement, that thing right there that you can just look at, it doesn't just have the value that it has, and it's got a lot of intrinsic value on its own. It's just because that's all I'm really there for. I'm just looking to see if I'm going to miss anything. Most of the time. But in addition to that, the person who's going to put in that little bit of extra effort, that person's going to make a better guide. That's the person that you trust with the rest of the guide. Now, can you be wrong on that? Can you get a terrible guide that looks like a good guide? No, it's never happened before. It will never happen. I will die on this hill. It's impossible. I completely forgot, by the way, until we were midway through this, that devilfish are an octopus variant. I'm very smart. I'm actually... The funny thing is that I am joking about, like, it's impossible to have, like, a bad guide written by someone who puts in order every item in the zone. I don't think I've ever seen a bad guide that did that. I don't think I've ever seen a guide that had, like, a bunch of misinformation and nonsense in it that did that. It's kind of crazy to think of, but I don't think that I've ever seen a bad guide with that setup. We still haven't seen the third type of fish here. The flickering flame of a bad guide is but a will-o-wisp leading you to your death. You can't trust it. You can't trust the will-o'-the-wisps. If they put that shit in alphabetical order, it's a will-o'-the-wisp. They're gonna lure you to your doom. Don't do it. Save yourself. If a guide doesn't even have... Look, if a guide doesn't have a thing at the top of it, like, look, I've been in the mines, okay? I've been trying to, like, find out information on some game that we didn't have anybody who was kind enough to make a good guide for. Like, the right type of people just never ran into this game, okay? I've run into this situation before, okay? Where the only guides you have are, like, Wikia quality GameFAQs guides, okay? And I say this with as much venom as it sounds. And I've been there, and there lurks only horrors. There are only horrors there. I think that there actually might be... I would be very shocked if the octopus were that far out. So... there has to be something here. Can I get spearfish here? I'm very curious about what we're going to run into here, because I don't remember this kind of stuff. Well, there's an octopus there. Is that another devilfish, or is that an octopus? If it's an octopus, it's going to be real funny. Well, I've already gotten two. What I'm curious about here is, like, I don't remember what the last fish is. So I've already gotten the devilfish that I need. And I'm just trying to figure out what the last fish type is. Because I don't feel like I probably could have caught that. I didn't mean to withdraw back. I just didn't want to send it deeper. I'm wondering if it's one of these, but these are probably just bass. I think that it's probably octopus. Right? The last one is probably an octopus? I put myself in a really weird position there. Let's see. I've cleared almost this entire thing, and there's only 2 visible types. And I have not found the 3rd fish type. And I find that interesting.
He.
Are you an octopus? No, you're another devilfish. There's no way there's one octopus here. It has to be one of these 2, or both of these 2 are not bass. Right?
Very good.
I see you later, Saris. You know, I didn't realize that I could reel in and do that at the same time. Okay. So who are you? I assume you're a bass. You're a bass. Where the hell is the last fish? There's 3 question marks here. There's 3 type of fish. What on earth is
Very
happening?
good.
Do I need the angling rod to get the last fish? I'm not sure this is going after a worm. I might need a different lure. It didn't turn around when I got to 3. I'm actually gonna switch to a float. That's a mistake. Okay, this is a pain in the ass because when you reel it in, it gets deeper. Yeah, this can't just be a normal bass. It didn't go toward me when I did a tier 3 tech. So this is something else. This is the last fish. This is our magic final fish. I don't think it's gonna go there. There we go. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for this to move a little bit. I'm very patient, as you can see. Okay, I am going to... Okay. I sent that out way too far. And it goes down so fast. It goes down so fast. And it walked into the corner right as I'm approaching it. I love that for me.
He.
We got there. Oh shit. Okay, my controller went out for a quarter of a second there, but that's fine. I don't know why that happened. Okay. Is that the last thing I need?
Very wait.
We got Master of Angling. We're up to 5.8k. God, I can't believe that there was only one of them there. Okay, let's save the game. And... Whew. You know, if I could get higher than a +3, if I could get myself the +5, I would... If I got the timing down on the +5, I would probably save so much time on all of these runs that I do. I do need one spearfish, that's it. So, I think we're done. I think we're done with fishing for now. We're not actually done with fishing. We need to fish up the Manillos. We did just save, right? Let's go. If we don't find out about the legendary mariner from the Mayor Parch, I wonder if the engine can't be tuned to forget more power. God does not reveal herself to us, and the sea acts as a barrier, turning us always back. Is this God's will? No. No, this is just nature. I'm glad I found a place to stand that doesn't rock. Indeed. Sound asleep. You know, good for you. Okay, so we're going to figure out where the Manillo shop is. Is there one over here somewhere? Is there another fishing? Yes. There's another fishing thing here. Tide pool formed by the outer sea and the middle sea. Unknown and unknown and... Oh, there's so many fish here. Holy shit. Okay. This is a cool one. I actually like this place. I'll probably do some fishing here later.
Get ready.
I guess it makes sense that the like fishing master dude is here. Let's go ahead and pull out a coin. I should have what I need. Oh, there you go. To do what I need here.
Hey. Good.
Okay. So, we're picking up the Demon's Bane. This is a devil-slaying sword. The devil-slaying property, I believe, carries over to dragon form, which is kind of cool. You know, I don't know that I've ever used the dog walker. Ever. Which is kind of interesting. Oh, this also has devil slaying. Interesting. I guess that would potentially be useful to have then, because that would, if it's a devil slaying spear, then for certain bosses maybe. Trying to think of what bosses still exist that I would need that for. So Demon's Bane does put us ahead of Momo in terms of power. We do have a strong enough weapon on the protagonist now that the protagonist is ahead of Momo when she's many, many levels behind. So there is that. Okay, we've finally caught up to Momo. We just needed to get a lot of fishing done and get, you know, a 7-level advantage over her, and it's all good. I actually don't know if she's going to catch up at 19. My guess would be no. I mean, Ryu has crazy stats. Ryu's very good. She should not catch up, but she might. You never know. She might. Ryu did get all those Mary Leap levels, so... Okay. We've got that. What else were we buying? The speed boots. Right, the speed boots, which are below the Tide Cavern, I think. So we need to get to the speed boots. We just need one pair. Having 2 pairs would be really nice. And if I got 2 pairs of speed boots, I could do some really cool shenanigans with them, potentially. But I'm not going to worry about it. We are going to the fishing spot. Do I get to 19 and then see if I can fight the Berserker and the Archmage?
Get
That
ready.
could be fun. Maybe I want to do that. Did I save? I don't remember if I saved. I probably saved. I probably saved, but we're doing this anyway. Don't worry about it. What do you want to do? Yeah, it's been very funny. Off stream, I've been playing Romancing Saga 2 with my wife, and it's been very funny because I basically reached a boss that was hitting me for like 800 damage, and I had like 200 max HP, and I'm like, bet. And so I've now been like grinding way too long to try to beat this boss that grinding doesn't really increase your durability that much. You don't get defense out of grinding, really. But I've like zeroed out like all of the available like resources that I have, and I believe that I'll be able to beat the boss. There is a Manila here, right? I didn't even check. I believe there is. The guide told me. There we go. The guide told me, but it wasn't one of those guides. It wasn't one of the guides. Like, the Secrets guide is one of the guides, right? Like, you know, there's a few guides on there that are like, yeah, this is the shit that I'm looking for. You've spent so much time. This should be your full-time job. Man, you know, we need for people to be able to just, for a living, just make guides and shit like that. Not for a living. They should just have a living provided for them. As should we all. So that we could do cool things with our time and not worry about, like, you know, feeding ourselves. You know? That seems to me like a reasonable way for our society to run. Okay. Oh, you had the Titan belt equipped. You weren't quite as strong as the protagonist. I didn't realize that you had the Titan belt equipped. That does change things. Okay. So we need you to be equipped with the magma armor so that you're slower. We need you to be equipped with a crepe cape so that you are slower. That doesn't get you quite there. We'll give you the glass domino, and we'll give you the laurel. And that will get us with Momo in first place, top agility in the party, and we can basically just go find where's a good place to do it. Oh. The problem is that I kind of want to just go to Mount Zublo. That's the big issue. Is that Zublo is probably the easiest way to handle this. Which doesn't allow me to take advantage of the Blitz stuff. But I can do it. I can Blitz most things and then just kill Vulcans. I think a Blitz will kill anything in there that isn't a Vulcan. I'm willing to bet my life on that. We're popping into Mount Zublo, and if we pop in from the back, we go immediately into an area with combat. We don't need to go the other direction. We don't need to like deal with the other shit. Okay, we have 2 lava men. We are going to monopolize, and we are going to. I guess we could just blizzard, and we can blitz. I change the order of those two? It'd be nice to blitz first, and then if that fails, follow up with it. So, we are under fall for 2 levels, I believe. We have fall for level 12 and 13, then we have days for 2 levels, and then we have fall again, then days, then fall, then days for 2 more levels. So we'll hit level 19, and then we will be staying under days. Okay, we do this. We Ice Blast the Lava Man, and then we will Charm the Vulcan. We do need to activate the Vulcan. So this is actually perfect. If we Charm, we Steal. I can't use Burn on you, unfortunately. I don't think that a normal... Let's Steal, and we will... I don't have Burn on you either. I don't think a Fire physical attack will work. Let's just snooze. We failed to steal. Do we care enough to make sure that we do the steal? I don't... I just realized I don't know how much EXP I need. Wait a second. Can I do this? How much EXP do I need for level 13? Going back to that secrets guide, let's look at our leveling tables. Because if I get like 1,000 EXP here, I might level up more than I need. So, in order to hit level 12, I'm currently level 11. I might hit level 13. I cannot hit level 14 off of this. If I get 1,000 EXP, the maximum I could get is from like 1,700 to 2,700, basically, and that would not get me to 14. And 14 is the level that I need to be switching. Yes, yes. Okay, so we do activate you, and unfortunately, I'm in an awkward position where I haven't stolen anything that I want to steal. There we go. When you're dealing with characters who are extremely low level, you do run into the problem that you... Does it start moving immediately? Yes, Vulcan begins to move, triggers instantly, so I don't have to wait for a normal turn. I can just immediately Frost Strike. There we go. So, 990 EXP, almost exactly 1,000. We hit level 13, and we learn Sleep. We get 18 HP, 6 AP, 9 power, 10 defense, and 2 intelligence. Getting 2 intelligence even through all of that crazy fall shenanigans. Okay. So, with that done, we now have level 13. We swap back... How close are we? Okay, we need 600 more to level up. And we need to basically wander back across to pick up Days. Luckily, Days is right here. So, we can go grab Days and then go save. The one unfortunate thing whatchamacallit, about my anxiety paired with the stuff going on with like permanent stat boosts that rely on you doing specific things at specific times and following a pattern. I feel the need to save way more than I should necessarily need to save. Well, what are you doing here? Did you miss me that much? Yes, there is. Do I actually get... I might actually get something off of just 2 levels under you, so I might actually get the first day's ability here. I'm not positive, but I might actually get an ability here. She has a lot of different abilities. You need 15 levels under her to get all of her abilities, which is a crazy number. But you also gain, I think 5 abilities or something crazy like that. So she's a very, very prolific master. She also gives you one of the strongest abilities in the game. She gives you Celerity. And Celerity is a very interesting ability that increases your stats by 100% of your base and can break the stat caps at 999. So with Celerity active, you can have double the maximum values for your stats, which is pretty cool. I think that's neat. But it's on a timer. It's like a 30-minute timer or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it is. So it's the kind of thing that you could use for a battle, and you better hope that you don't accidentally overwrite those stat boosts when you do it. It might be fun to do with the final dragon form, actually, because you could very easily, I think, get your stats maxed out and then go crazy with it. We did also learn Quake there. It just didn't say we learned Quake because it only has the ability to show one ability being learned, I think. Unless I just didn't notice it and it did show that. Do I actually want to charm you? I do, but I'm not going to because I'm lazy. Okay, so we are monopolizing, and then we are getting lethal on turn 1. So yeah, Nina, if she's, 10 levels over leveled, not terrible. She can kill some random encounters as long as she's exploiting their weaknesses. Let's see here. The next time that I go out there, I will also just take a nap. We're just fully in grind mode right now. We don't need to worry about it. I should have been looking because I could have gotten a fire shield there. Not likely. I think it's like a 1 in 128 chance or something like that by default. So not likely to get it. Monopolize into... I could try to do a Simoon into Blitz, actually. I'm not going to. I'm just going to Blizzard. Do I want to do it? I'm going to do a Blizzard into Blitz. I'm at the front of an attack formation. I think that it'll work fine. This will give us, I think, 60%. Wait. Didn't I say to do... Okay, I apparently didn't do the thing that I said I was going to do, but that's fine. That's fine. Because if I Simoon into Blitz, I increase the enemy's power, and then I Blitz. Okay, so Momo is going to monopolize. Nina is going to Simoon, and then we're going to Blitz. Because I think Blitz will kill everything here. We should be fine. We're going to try this out. This is potentially going to kill us, but I don't think that's likely. The Lava Men are very dangerous, so we just increased this Lava Man's stats by 60%. So the concern is that it's going to get enough defense that I'm not going to kill it. So we gain, but it also gives 60% more EXP by doing that. And you can repeat that over and over again, which is how you do the Lava Man trick, which gives you shit tons of EXP, and it's delightful. Okay, we need another one of those, basically. So, whatever we want to do here... Yeah, we need one more level. And then we're going to walk out and bring Fall into play for one level. Then we switch out again. Okay, we monopolize. We can try to steal. We can charm. Do I prefer... I feel like I'm doing this in the wrong order. I should swap Argentina's speeds, because this is silly. I should have the charm. I'm gonna lose more time to failing to steal proteins than I am to anything else. Okay, we grab the protein, perfect. And now we can have Momo do nothing, I guess. You are going to cast Simoon, and we are going to Frost Strike for lethal. And then this will give us 900 EXP on Momo. And that will get us where we need to be. Okay, never mind. We do need to do a little bit of damage. There we go. Good job, Momo. Okay, we get 900 EXP. We're now level 15. We get 3 more agility. Int goes up by some amount, and we are out of here. We've hit 15. We need to get 16 now. How have we taken this much time? Yeah, Momo is such a great character. So good at so many different things. Incredible versatility. She has access to a bunch of buffs. She has access to speed, which is a buff that is very rare to have access to, and is very, very strong. It's critically important. Now, I say it's rare to get access to. Now Nina has access to it as well, which is good. However, Nina having access to it doesn't help me, actually. I was thinking, oh, Nina having access to it through the Robe of Wind might help me with the Berserker. And it doesn't. It doesn't actually help me with the Berserker strat that I was intending to do. So, GG. So the strat for Berserker that I'm probably going to do first is a Nina solo Berserker. Which is kind of a crazy sentence to say, but that is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be using the character that is broadly considered the weakest character in the game to solo the strongest enemy in the game. You could argue that the Archmage is stronger, but I don't really buy that. I think that the Archmage is not that big a deal. Actually, wait a second. I need to, I need to look at the masters quick because I maybe should talk to Days before we do this. Does Days have a thing after 2 levels? Why are you taking so long to load? I need you to load faster. There. We actually should do this immediately. Let's just pick this up. So wait, we do in fact need to go back. Sorry, we're going back to Mount Zublo, and we're going to talk to Days to pick up Inferno. So Inferno is potentially going to be a useful spell. It is an AoE fire spell. So this will give another tool for Nina to do clearing. You could argue it is a better tool for Momo to do clearing, except Momo is much more likely to just use a physical attack. Though maybe not. Maybe we do keep it on Momo for now. I'll have to make that decision at some point. It's not a big deal either way. So for now, we pop over here. We talk to Days. It's going to be a long time before we get the more powerful abilities that Days gives access to, but... Hello, friend. Well, what are you doing here? Did you miss me that much? You've been making progress. I suppose I should give you some kind of reward. I give you this. Momo learned Inferno. Yes, ma'am. Good luck. Okay. So we've picked up that first ability, which is probably one of the better ones, honestly. I wonder if Siroko's any good. Actually, I guess we'll find out eventually. So, where are we going? We are going to talk to Fall. So, once we talk to Fall, the really nice thing to learn from her would be Mjolnir, at which you need 8 levels to learn. But it's not going to happen. Celerity is a great skill. It's not a skill that's really relevant to my interests. I'm not looking to, I'm not really looking to beat, Berserker with Celerity. That's not really the intention here. Okay, so Momo is picking up Fall as a master. I do think that it's very funny that it is faster in that initial dialogue. If you're talking to a master just to pick up the skills, it's faster to talk to them and then say yes when they ask if somebody wants to become a person. And I just think that that's very funny. Because if you say no, it creates an entire different chain of dialogue where they then ask you another question, which is slower than saying yes and then canceling out of the menu, because the menu pops up quite quickly. If this was Pokemon, it might not work that way, because Pokemon does not respect your time and the UI is very slow. But it's just Pokemon just getting random shade out of fucking nowhere. Out of nowhere. My biggest problem with Pokemon like mods is that they have and like, you know, fan games and stuff like that, is that they have a tendency to have the extremely slow, laborious UI that mainline games have, and it's just like, please. Oh my god, speaking of slow UI, I was playing Xenogears, and I think that the game is very interesting in, like, it's very, like, raw. It's like it's an interesting first draft. And the way that I would probably describe it is like some game developer saw Evangelion and said, I could do that. And then the jury's still out on whether they did that, but I haven't finished the game yet. But like the menus and everything are so slow. Going in and out of menus takes like 8 seconds. It's crazy. It's so fucking long. It's so crazy. I did not rest after I did the thing. We're only getting one level here, so it should be pretty fast. But the levels will come slower as we go, because we are... Oh, actually, you're still alive. I could have charmed you. Yeah, we only need 400 EXP, and I don't think we have to worry about overkill EXP right now. I think we're fine. I don't think we can get enough EXP to... I think that a level will take more than 1,000 EXP now. Which we can check if we end up needing to later on. Basically, if I run into a Vulcan when I only need 100 EXP, I will check. If I don't run into a Vulcan when I need 100 EXP, then we don't need to check. Okay. But yeah, 16 is a fall level. And then 17 is a days level. It's a pretty good one, too. We only lose 2 HP, which is pretty solid. You know what? I'm gonna hit Charm. Maybe it survives the lightning, maybe it doesn't, but whether it survives the lightning or not, we've tried, you know? It survived the lightning. And it used shield. Perfect. So with it using shield here, we can just kill it. Yeah, I'm curious to see what Momo looks like with her fully geared. We're gonna actually have to check this, aren't we? The next fight's gonna be a Vulcan. I'm calling it right now. It's gonna be a Vulcan, and we're gonna have to check. It'll probably be fine. How about that for a fucking called shot? Goddamn. Okay, so I was like, I'm only gonna have to check. So we're going to 16. There's no way that we need less than... Yeah, to get to 17, we would need an additional, like, 1,300. So we're golden. Yes, even if we were currently level 14 hitting 15, I think we'd still be fine. We'd still be fine even if we were 14 hitting 15. So, but we're not. Okay, perfect. So we're going to monopolize. We are going to try to steal, and we are going to use charm. It'd be cool to pick up another magma armor here. Magma armor is still very good, even though we are way further into the game. We're way further in the game, but magma armor is still a top tier piece of equipment. So we're going to just guard with Momo, and we're going to steal, and we're going to guard. We grab the thinger. We can actually use Inferno with you, which is kind of cool. So you instead could be the one doing this, and then Nina could use an Ice Blast, and we can follow that up with a Frost Strike. That's kind of cool. So this guarantees that we get the kill on this turn instead of potentially failing to kill with Frost Strike. Okay, so Momo levels up to 16. We get a decent bit of stats. And goodbye, Fall. It's time to pick. It's time to go back to. It's time to go back to Days. So we're gonna go back to Days now, and get that done. All is right with the world and all that jazz. Let's go all the way back down here, and let's see here. We're now level what, 16? So we're getting to 17, and then I think 17 we need to leave. Yes, at 17 we need to then switch back over. I would love to see Days. So, hello, friend. I did miss you that much. Momo really wants to learn from you for exactly one level. Momo really wants to be friends, but for like a little tiny bit. Look, Days and Fall are basically opposites of each other, right? So one of the things that's interesting about these two characters in conjunction with each other is that it feels like you're not getting anywhere, right? It feels crazy to have half of your levels under Days and half of your levels under Fall. Days increases agility and decreases durability, right? The one thing that they both do is they both increase your attack power every level. But Days is going to increase my intelligence, Fall is going to decrease it. Days is going to increase my agility, Fall is going to decrease it. And Days is going to increase my HP. Days is going to decrease my HP, Fall is going to increase it, right? Like, they have basically exact inverses of each other in terms of their stat gain. So, what this basically does with this kind of a build is it seems like it shouldn't work, but because of the fact that the game handles because of the way that the game handles level ups, and each level up is its own thing, Fall doesn't decrease your agility if you use Fall on a level that you don't get any agility anyway, right? So because of that, like, sort of weird component to everything, you're in a position where you can, and like, you don't lose a total of 6 HP plus, defense if you get less than that on a level. Now, admittedly, I do use Days on levels where I am actually losing the full value. I do use Days in that situation. You would think that I shouldn't. The issue is there really isn't another alternative other than to eat a little bit of a stat penalty and use Merry Leap, which is probably the better strategy. On low Days levels, it's probably better to just use Merrily instead. Probably for basically everybody. Maybe for everybody. In terms of actual efficacy. That being said, you get lower numbers on paper, and because you get lower numbers on paper, I am doing the way that gives me higher numbers on paper, basically. We just gained speed. This is a critically important spell that will allow us to get X turns much more comfortably. Part of the problem that we've been having with boss fights is not being able to quite get an X turn on them. And now we have the ability to get X turns on bosses that we otherwise would really struggle with. This includes the ability to get X turns on the one boss that I actually care about, which is the Berserker. We're going to be fighting the Berserker basically the second we get above 50 agility on Nina. If I can. I'm going to basically do it as soon as I can. So I think I will just bring Nina along to everything, and she's just going to be absorbing EXP to get ourselves to the position where we can actually get that done. I don't know how much... I don't actually know how early I'm going to get to that point. Like, you need a lot of EXP to level into the 30s, right? Like, you're usually, I think, ending the game somewhere around level 40, maybe? Like, if you play the game normally. If you're farming every item and doing all of the things, you're probably going to get closer to 50. But, like, or if you get lost in the desert for 4 months of real time, yeah, you'll get pretty high level. But, like, if you... But if you're playing normally, I think level 40-ish, like the late 30s to around level 40 is probably a relatively normal time to end the game at. I could be wrong. I will say, when I was a kid, I was habitually extremely underleveled. I was so underleveled so consistently in every game that I always played, because I basically wanted to see the plot, and that was all I cared about. So I would run from every single random encounter at a certain point, because once the fights got hard enough, I would be like, oh, well, I don't know. This is going to take too long, and also I'm probably going to die. So one of the things about JRPGs is if you run from battles, you get weaker relative to your enemies. Usually. This is not always the case. Some games are actually the inverse of that. If they have enemy scaling. Final Fantasy VIII, you can actually make yourself weaker relative to the enemies because of the specific details of how the systems interact. If you behave very normally, it's kind of it's like a mixed bag, right? But we don't need to go into too much in depth. But the system is one where if you engage with it at all, shit gets weird real fast. And it's great. I love it. The thing for me is that I love a weird, funky system that just does weird shit. And the junction system and the leveling system for the enemies does that for me. It's a great, weird game. Let's see here. We've saved your... I didn't talk to Fall yet. Why did I say that before I talked to Fall? I guess it's very dangerous talking to Fall, you know? I mean, hypothetically it is, because I could accidentally click on Fall with Nina, and if I click on Fall with Nina, then I lose my progress, and then that would be bad, so I would have to reload if I did that. It would fuck up my build. Oh, you again? What do you want? Someone who wants to be my apprentice? There sure is. Hey, you know this Momo character that you keep seeing come in here? She wants to be your apprentice again. Now, we're hitting level 18, and then we are hitting level 19 with days, and then we're going to stay on days for level 20, so we don't need to do anything different for level 20. My thinking is... like, I'm actually going to refer back to the agility stats of the bosses that I've killed just now, and just look at... if I were to be level 19... with the various characters, like if I were to just ignore Days as a character unless she gives a good level, though I don't know, a level with +4 is not bad for Days actually. So we would maybe be able to get to 14, or sorry, we'd be able to get to 13 with Momo, which is admittedly like 13 versus 10 is a pretty big difference. You get a lot of stats in those levels. It's like the baseline is an additional 13 HP, and 2 of those are fall levels. So you would get +4 agility. You'd get like the first level would be -1. So you'd only have 1 level under Mary Leap. You'd have -1 HP, and then plus. What does Fall give? +4 HP? I think it's +4 HP and +3 defense. Yes, it's +4 HP, +3 defense, and +1 power. So basically, we'd have an additional 7 over what we've got. So we'd have +20 HP. We'd have, instead of 52, I think is her starting HP. I can just look at it right here. We'd have 72 HP. That's a huge difference on its own. And then the base... the defense would be much higher too. Though the base defense increase is probably less impactful because she can wear stuff like asbestos armor, which is pretty good. And defense is not really a huge issue for that portion of the game. Okay, we just picked up Fall. Correct. And that is the correct thing to do for 18, yes? 18 is a Fall level. This is a +5. We are taking the full int penalty, but that's fine. With the way that I build characters using Fall, for the most part, Fall gives you a +5 total. You're sacrificing between, as a minimum, you're sacrificing between 0 and 3 intelligence on your character for 4 hit points, 3 defense, and an point of attack power. Like, the Fall levels are really, real good for me. Okay, we blitz. And we'll get just a little tiny bit of a extra juice out of this pair of lava men. They do not get additional HP. That's the one step they don't get any additional for. So since they don't get any additional HP, the killing them with magic in particular, because they can at maximum have the magic damage, is very solid. We're gonna lightning, and we're actually gonna snooze, so that if it survives this turn, it can't just kill me. Because I would like to be able to charm on her. We won't have to use Monopolize forever. Predominantly the reason that I'm using Monopolize right now, rather than not, is it speeds up how quickly we get everybody caught up to each other, so that we don't have a massive level discrepancy. Particularly, the protagonist is already OP enough, and I do not need the protagonist to make everyone else look bad, because he has, like, 10,000 EXP. Like, he has a 10,000 EXP advantage in addition to being really good, right? Like, he needs to earn his keep, is what I'm saying. We need him to just be overpowered in the normal sense of the word, and not overpowered because he's, like, overleveled. Nina needs to be over-leveled. The protagonist does not need to be over-leveled. I'm pretty happy with how Nina's turned out. She's been pretty solid pretty much the entire game. Okay. Don't electrocute the party, actually. Wait. Don't do that. Yeah, getting a flame shield would be really useful here, but I'm probably not. If I got a flame shield, then that increases the number of options that I have for making my characters immune to fire. Are you gonna give me... This is also, I believe, the only place you can get a flame shield. I really should swap those two. There really aren't a lot of circumstances where I want it to be the other way. That's very rude of you. Oh, actually, I don't need... There's no circumstances now, are there? We don't need it at all. Okay, yeah, we're gonna swap those two. Because... okay, so we've hit level 18. Another +5 defense. Oh. We've got a broadsword. Broadsword is the steal item, not the drop item. So, very high chance of getting that drop item. Let's go to... Yes, this is going to be important later, so we might as well make it happen. You are going to get your light armor equipped, probably. Yeah, Momo is now fast enough that we don't need to be too aggressive in crippling other people's agility. We still need to cripple their agility a bit. Like, Nina is extremely fast. Nina is, I think, pretty close to tied with Ray for speed. I could be wrong on that, though. And I believe that we are swapping to Days for this final level. And it doesn't look like she's going to catch up to the protagonist. The protagonist is at like 160 or something for attack, and Momo is at 147 right now. So she's going to have some amount next level, but she's not going to catch up to the protagonist with his new weapon. Yes, there is, in fact. Hey, you remember this Momo character? You remember Momo? You taught her Inferno a while back? Look, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. So, we're getting her up one more level, and then we are removing her from the party for now. We're gonna quickly glance at her stats relative to Ryu's, because I am kind of curious. Ryu has had 8 levels under Bunyan and 8 levels under Mary Leap. Has had 1 fall level, and I believe that accounts for everything, right? No, there's 1 other level. Is there? There's 2 fall levels, I think. Yeah, there's 2 fall levels. Because we're 19. You're fine. Whatever. I don't care. Do we flame strike into Blizzard? I'm gonna flame strike into Blizzard. And we can see if this is equally viable. If this is equally viable, then we're in really good shape. Perfect. But you'll note that that took a lot less damage. That only took 160 damage. Because the 60% increased int just, like, jumped up its damage or its magic resistance. Now, that being said, there's limits to that. So I'd be curious at what point of int Blizzard will auto kill no matter what on them when they're sitting on max there. Okay, we can now steal from you. And now we're charming before the first steal, which is a better routing. It's more likely to succeed. We don't need you to do anything on this turn. You know, we just guard, we steal. I don't need to fuck around with snooze or anything like that. We're fine. Okay, we guard, we steal. I guess I can't check their relative power levels as long as the protagonist has a minimum, or has a maximum HP reduction. Okay, we grab the protein. We Inferno, and then we Frost Strike, and then we Ice Blast. I actually don't know if Ice Blast or Blizzard does more damage. I need to look for the damage values for the spells. I think that's in the guide that I have. I think that's in the miscellaneous information spreadsheet. Not spreadsheet. It's like a series of forum posts. Man, I should consolidate some of this information down. Because GameFAQs has been going downhill, and that information isn't even in the main guides, it's in the actual forums. If that stops being hosted, we might lose that information permanently. I should actually archive that locally or on Google or something. I should make a priority of doing that by the time I finish this run. Is just archiving the information that Second Advent wrote in that forum post. Just in case the site decides to stop hosting that. I think that would be a good idea. Okay. So Lizardman has 1 HP-ish. We could miss and get reprisalled on Momo, so Momo is going to Shadow Walk. Momo's just gonna go. I'm not gonna waste the Shadow Walk. Just to avoid getting killed by a reprisal when I could instead... Okay, are we gonna get a Vulcan again? Because I feel like this has happened multiple times. Is it gonna happen again, where we have 100 EXP left and we get a Vulcan? Come on, baby, give me a Vulcan. That's not a Vulcan. Okay, well, it didn't happen this time. Okay, we will Flame Strike, and we will lose. Yeah, on the plus side, no matter how high these things get in terms of their durability, no matter how high they get in terms of durability, they're not going to. Momo learned Rejuvenate. Okay, so we've learned Rejuvenate. We've gotten 2 Agility, 5 Power. Bunch of AP, and let's do a lovely little comparison of what our power levels look like between our party members now, because Momo doesn't need to switch masters anymore. Momo is level 19 and is now the same level as Ryu. So we can compare Ryu and her in terms of how their builds have done. I think that Ryu's build is pretty strong. His build is stronger than hers because his starts at level 1 and hers starts at level 10. All those Bunyan levels that he got are real useful for him, which you'll see in the HB and Thanger values. I'm going to go to Rapala and just sleep in the inn so that I can get some stuff resolved. And I have to figure out how I'm going to handle leveling up Peiko, because Peiko is next. Because we don't need to level Ray at all. We just need to level Peiko, I think. I think we maybe... Do we need a level on Gar? Does Gar need... I think Gar might need 1 level. Gar might be 18. So, and then we can just compare all of the characters and their current stats. But there's very little that's going to compare to Mary Liko. Mary Liko is really terrifying. And I feel like I should probably just be doing Mary Liko on future runs. Because Mary Liko is just fucking hilarious. But it will partially depend on how much power he actually has. I'm a little concerned with Mary Liko that the minus 20 power is actually going to be a huge component of his damage output. Like, having minus 20 power instead of plus 20 power is a big deal. That's a 40 power swing from doing Mary Liko versus switching between Fall and Days. Like, it's a big difference. So we'll see what things look like. Discovered new work. Alright, that's useful. I don't have anywhere near the max number yet, I don't think so. I'm not going to worry too much about it. We're just going to leave this to its own devices until we feel like we have enough fairies to do everything. I don't think I have the max number yet. I could. I think the max is like 20. And it doesn't take that much to get 20. But we now have the ability to do a nice little compare and contrast. So let's get our best equipment equipped on everybody. We're not going to equip the protectors, because the protectors are going to change the math considerably. So this is Momo. Momo's best armor, I think, is Asbestos armor right now. No, the best armor is actually the Crepe Cape. So the Crepe Cape is the best armor for her. We are going to unequip the Titan Belt. We're going to just not have those kinds of things equipped. We will equip the Magma armor because I think that this is a good piece of armor to compare with. And we will need to add 11 to her values. So right now, with the Sleep Shells that we got a while back, which are weaker than the Demon's Bane, despite the fact that her weapons are typically stronger than his. It's just that he has a massively stronger weapon available than he usually would. But he also would have something better than this. Typically. I could pick that up if I want, but I don't need to. At this point in the game, as we are approaching like a very significant threshold, right? We're about to cross the ocean. As we're leaving this continent, we have Arc sitting at 164 power, 116 defense, 21 agility, and... Oh, I actually need to equip these. That's good to know. I did not realize that I needed to equip that. And... yeah. Nina has 115 power for some reason. It's so fucking funny. Nina right now. Let's see here. And Momo is sitting on 81 defense and 24 agility. So she's only slightly faster, despite having massively lighter gear. Like, the Crepe Cape is very light compared to what he's wearing. So Also, he has immunity. He has absorption of fire by default, whereas for her, she would need to weaken her armor and her agility in order to equip the asbestos armor, which is a thing. So you can see, like, right now they have fairly similar stats. She's just kind of weaker against everything except magic damage, right? She does have 87 intelligence, and he has 39, right? A portion of the reason for this is that Ryu does have he has 9 additional levels in which he had a master. So he has 8 levels, which we're giving plus 2 power per level, so that's 16 power right from that. And that makes up most of the difference. And then another 1 from Fall. He'd still be slightly stronger, but not by very much at this point, if he didn't have access to those additional levels. And his agility is way higher because of the fact that he was under Mary Leap for 8 levels, which he can afford to, in part, because of those levels under Bunyan. In terms of AP, she has massively more AP than him, so she has way more sustain at this level. But the two of them are in the same ballpark of power. The reason that I want to bring that up, them being in the same ballpark of power, let's go ahead and change our party members up. Let's bring Ray in here, because I feel really bad for Ray. Let's give Ray his Kotzbalger. Let's see, where is he? So 122 power. And I would actually like to get... This is 21 defense. Holy shit, this is better than anything anybody else has equipped. That's very funny. Let's give him the best armor that he can possibly equip. And he's got 116 defense. So with the steel gauntlets, he actually has higher defense than Ryu does with the buckler. So basically, like, he's... Get the buckler on there so we can actually compare apples to apples. So I wish that I had another magma armor and stuff that I could actually compare these more fairly. Where do I get steel gauntlets? Can I just buy these? Because I should probably just buy some of these so that I can check this. So we have 107 defense by default. We have 116 defense by default. Let's just go with that being the default for you. And then we have 125 defense with you. Power-wise, Ray has about the same relationship to Momo in terms of power as Momo has to Arc. Can you actually equip the Demon's Bane? You can't, right? You cannot. You can only equip a few swords. Most of the swords are not available to you. So anyway, so Ray has surprisingly high defense, honestly. I'm surprised at how high his defense is right now. I guess it's just because so much of it comes from the armor that it's really... Yeah, he's got about the same amount of defense as Momo does at this level, which, by default. Oops. So if she had the steel gauntlets equipped, she'd break 100, but not by a lot. Let's see here. So basically, Ray has a little bit more agility than Momo if they're both wearing their heaviest gear. If we strip them down, Ray has 36 agility, and 36 agility is pretty good, right? Like, that's a little bit higher than Arc right now. And it's considerably faster than Momo. It is slower than Nina. If either of these characters spent a couple more levels under Mary Leap before this level, they would be pulling ahead. But right now, Ray actually doesn't look that bad. Ray's stats, he has pretty good defense, right? His int is garbage. His power is looking okay. I will say it's a little concerning for him that he's using a weapon that I had to do a bunch of fishing for, and she just picked this up in a chest in the dungeon that you get her back for. That's a little concerning for his viability, that he's using a specific rare weapon. But that being said, he also does have the ability to triple his thing. Overall, Ray right now is serviceable, I would say. Like this, he's in a serviceable position right here, especially when paired with what's the word I'm looking for? If you pair him with like Nina with a Windrobe, maybe. Nina with a Windrobe who can basically like give him speed boosts, or with Momo for that matter. He's actually fairly serviceable right now. Let's go ahead and get Gar a level, and then we can do a comparison with Gar. Let's actually do this so that I can... okay. So we stripped everyone down. I am actually surprised. I was not expecting Ray to feel this reasonable right off the bat. He actually feels mostly fine right now. He's not great. Like, he's kind of worse than Momo in most things. Certainly versatility, because she has all this the utility that he has. And then she has all the utility that the protagonist has on top of that, and then she kind of has all the utility that Nina has on top of that. She's real good, okay? Like, Momo's got a lot of shit. She has Quake. She has the highest intelligence growth in the game. So she has Quake, high intelligence growth, good amount of AP, and she has the ability to do every support action, and she has the best weapons in the game. It's crazy. So, we need to get Gar to equip some things. Let's go ahead and get... Gar has, like, 0 agility, so unfortunately we are not likely to be outspeed... You know, maybe we can outspeed the enemies with Gar? Wait! But wait, though! If we just equip the normal spear, Gar has 29 agility, actually. Holy shit, it's almost like I did something to help his agility. Did I do that? Did I do something to help his agility? I don't even remember. Was he leveling under Mary Leap? Let's look at Gar. He has a... Whoa, wait, where'd this agility come from? You're fine. You've got plenty of agility. Okay. We've got 29 agility on you. We can just equip some magma armor on you to drop you down to 24. We can get you to equip the Laurel, and then we're actually not going to equip the magma armor. We'll equip the breastplate. That gets us to 28. Okay, so 29, 27, and 28. So this gives us the correct order of operations. We can go ahead and move Monopolize to the correct party member. So we need Monopolize to be on Gar now. And I think that's the only thing we need to change. So remove you and put it onto you. Let's see. Does Ray have the... It is very funny that I'm putting Monopolize on Gar for literally a single level, but don't worry about it, it's fine. It would be fairly close if I didn't do this. It would actually be a huge pain in the ass if I didn't do it this way. Let's see. I'm going to change my party member. I want to check quick if Ray has speed. Do you have speed? It's not the right thing to check. You do have speed already. So, you know what? Ray, right now, as it stands, is in a pretty decent position. He's actually not bad. He's very serviceable right now. The problem is going to be that his stat growth is abysmal. He has abysmal stat growth, so we are unfortunately going to find out over time that he gets way, way, way harder to use. But we'll see. We will see. His one of the strongest advantages that he has right now is that nobody else other than Ryu has had any levels under like a speed boosting master, and now we're gonna have people under Days, like for every other level they get, which means that they're gonna be starting to escalate quite rapidly here. Okay, we can go ahead and save. And then we can start working on Peiko. The really fun thing is making Peiko just take 20 levels under Mary Leap and just be like, okay, well, Peiko's now the fastest character in the game, and also the strongest, and the tankiest, and the, everything-ist. Peiko has really good stat growth for everything except intelligence and agility. So if you just throw him under Mary Leap, he can really start going crazy. We're not going to do that, though. We're not going to do that. We are potentially going to get some value out of Ray, because he is fast. He's faster than anybody else. He's faster than Nina would be if she was level 19. That's for sure. And he does have the advantage of being able to right now make full usage of his Were-Tiger form. I'm gonna show off the Were-Tiger form in one of these fights. Because I think that would be useful. Okay, anyone else? No. Okay, so Gar is going to take his one level under Days, and then he's going to immediately transfer back to Fall, and then we'll have 2 levels worth of EXP that we can pick up with him, and that'll be useful. I think that we're basically going to be able to get everybody to level 19 today, and then we can figure out what to do after that. Okay, so we can go ahead and just charm you, and you can Ice Blast the extra. You can, in the words of... Who is it that says that? I guess it's Voldemort. Kill the Spare? Kill the Spare is a really great line. I'm not gonna... That line goes hard, okay? It goes hard. Alright, we can actually cast Flare with you, so we do have the ability to do that. Oh, wait, we don't want to do that. We've already used Charm. We just guard and wait for a successful steal. Okay, guard, and steal. Okay, we grab the protein, and we can finish things up. We flare, we frost strike, It's crazy that we were able to get guard faster than these two. I mean, admittedly, we do have speed boots that give him plus 10, right? Like, it's not... It's not easy, but we did get it. Okay, so we got level 19 with Gar. Gar is now able to be compared with the others. Let's take a look at how Gar compares to everyone else, because I'm actually curious at level 19 how everybody fares. I'm very curious to see how Gar compares to Momo in particular. And this is a big level for Gar, actually. This gives a shit ton of extra AP. The one problem that Ray has is that Ray doesn't have a good AP growth, but he doesn't need it right now. At low level, the fact that he only has 30 AP doesn't really matter. Because what was he going to do with that AP anyway? So Gar right now is in a pretty strong position, actually. If we take the Steel Gauntlets, we take the Mithril Helmet, we take the Magma Armor, he's got 142 defense, he's got 243 power. He is in the top for both of those categories. Okay, he has 137 defense. He's still at the top of both of these categories. Very comfortably sitting at the top for power and defense. And he doesn't compare to what you can get out of Were-Tiger at this point. And this is the problem that Gar has, right? This is why Gar is way, way weaker than he looks on paper. Well, actually, so if you want to... If you support him, he could be not that dissimilar from Were-Tiger. If you give him support. If you give him an equivalent amount of support, as you would give to Were-Tiger, you can increase this value by 70%, and then increase it by another 20%. That's the same amount of support that you give Were-Tiger. The thing with Were-Tiger is Were-Tiger you need... Well, assuming there's only one target. If there's two targets, then it changes. But if there's only one target, you're fighting one boss, Were-Tiger needs somebody to cast Influence on the boss in order to prevent the tiger from killing everybody. So Gar probably compares reasonably favorably in that he has the ability to hypothetically do other... Well, he doesn't have 100% accuracy. Does he have 100... I don't think he has 100% accuracy even if you equip him with an Artemis cap. This is still not 100% accuracy, I don't think. So... he's going to... So Gar right now would be a little bit... would be substantially tankier. Right? Like, Gar has 50% more HP and, like, way more defense than Ray has. And he's gonna get on turn 1... I guess I should probably just do the math, right? Like, this is times 0.7 is... I don't know, what's 7 times 24? 7 times 24 is 140 plus, so like 160. So we're looking at getting an additional like 160-ish. So his base power is going to be around 400, and then you're adding another 20% to that. So if you add another 20% to that, that's getting you to 480. You're not quite getting to 500 power if you are in the front of an attack formation and are wait, actually though, wait, you could just get double blow. How much does double blow? Double blow is attacks at what, 70%? So you would have like another like 1.4 times or something if you use double blow. Double blow he can use comfortably for a while. He has 16 AP. 16 AP he can use 8 double blows, and he, with the damage output that we're talking about, you're fine. He does not have Bane damage, he does not have a very good crit rate, and he can miss. All of these things are working against him. Ray has, if we... You have such low base power, though, my guy. My guy. Okay, I forgot that Ray's power was this low. Okay, so his power is so low. None of this stuff is going to increase anything. Let's go ahead and, for the sake of argument, we will give him a Titan belt that we didn't give to Gar. Because Gar has to use the Artemis' cap, so let's make them equivalent in terms of their their gear availability by just giving this to Ray right now. So Ray in the front of an attack formation with an additional 70%, so 0.7 times this is another 210, so that's 90, so 91 plus this gets you to 223. So 223 at the head of attack formation, and then you get a whatchamacallit. Oh, but this he actually takes Ray takes a turn that he consumes 2 turns, not 1. Actually, now that I think about it, to set up. But that's fine. It doesn't matter. We don't need to worry about that yet. We'll worry about that later. So he'll have 200 something. He actually only has like 600 power. Gar with double blow might actually outdamage Ray in Were-Tiger form. It's gonna be close. Like they're gonna be similar, but Ray can currently get up to around 600 to 700 power at level 19 in Were-Tiger form in the front row. Oh wait, did I add a 20% that I didn't need to add? No, I just tripled it, right? Right, because we don't add the 20% from War Shout, because we're not taking a War Shout. The 1 turn of influence is equivalent to 1 turn of War Shout. The War Shout also benefits Ryu, to be clear. Because presumably you have Ryu in the party because you can't remove him. So, and War Shout would benefit anybody else who's in the party as well. If you're presuming that you're bringing Momo along, then her on the back row with Shadow Walk, because neither of these characters are using Shadow Walk at this point. Is benefiting considerably. So right now, I think that Ray has the... Can Ray get X turns on like anything right now without huge amounts of setup? How much setup would we need for Angler? To get the setup for Angler right now, we'd need to we'd have to have another turn casting Agility. So we'd have 2 turns of setup, but that does get us X turns. And if we get an X turn, well, it'll get us X turns. Even if we have our equipment equipped, we'll still get X turns. It's 50% for 1 casting. That's plenty. Because Angler we only need to hit 40. So Angler with 1 speed cast. But that means that we're consuming 3 turns on that. We're starting to accumulate turns that we have to invest into making Were-Tiger work. But once you've got it set up, as long as he doesn't get insta-gibbed, you're fine. And for Angler, which is the boss that we just fought, for Angler, let's say that we give you let's give you the Magma Armor, just for shits and giggles. If we give you Magma Armor, and give you a bandana that doesn't weigh anything, and give you a buckler, what can we get away with? If we do this, we can't get to 40. We need to have lighter weight than this. So we wouldn't be able to equip the Magma Armor. We'd have to equip something lighter than this. With this, we are fine. Right? I'm not going to include using the speed boots in this because the speed boots require going... I mean, I guess we could include the speed boots. If we include the speed boots, because the speed boots do mean that he has the ability to get X turns that Gar couldn't get. We could also invest another turn into agility, though. If we're using agility, if we're using speed twice, we run into the problem that if you double cast speed and you're using the speed boots, like, Gar can do that. Like, Gar can reach... no. Gar cannot. Not at this level. Not quite. We could if we use the Gigantus instead, but that gives us a huge reduction to our damage output. I mean, it would be the better choice, but it would... So, I think right now, Gar has less overall damage because he's going to struggle to get X turns, right? The speed boots help a lot. The speed boots basically change the dynamic of the game considerably, because 10 agility is just such a huge amount of agility, especially when in conjunction with agility casts, or with speed casts. So these two characters, Gar is probably right now more reliable. Ray, with the appropriate amount of setup, is that true? Ray gets real expensive real fast. I think that if for a certain low level, like a moderate amount of setup, Ray pulls ahead. Extreme levels of setup, you're talking about Gar getting X turns and Gar having a bunch of war shouts cast, like multiple war shouts. If you go to like extreme levels of investment, then Gar might actually pull ahead. So it's like, in terms of damage output, at the baseline level, Gar can probably do better. You can get better value out of Gar than you can out of Ray. Ray's at the front of the attack formation. He's got 100 HP, right? Like, he's squishy. Like, I'm not putting Momo at the front of an attack formation, right? Like, that's not what I'm looking to do with her. So Gar right now can sit at the front of an attack formation pretty comfortably in a way that Ray can't. If he's at the front of an attack formation, he's capping out at what, like... If we were assuming we were going... Like, if he was getting hit by Angler, he'd be taking 80 damage before I start casting shield spells. If I start casting shield spells, then I'm not casting damage boosting spells that I'd be casting if I was using Gar. I don't know. I feel like Gar actually does outperform Were-Tiger right now. Against the Angler specifically. Let's see if the next bosses are slower. So the next boss that we're going to fight. Let's do some theory crafting for the next boss, basically. Next boss has 28 agility. But it's also not... I don't think level 19 is appropriate level to be fighting the Ammonites. So we're not going to worry about that. Let's look at a previous boss, because this is the level that he arrives at, right? So if we were to bring him as an example, instead of bringing Nina, to Shroom. So against Shroom has 150 strength and 110 level, so he's doing 22 base damage, and then whatever the difference is between 150 and your current thing. If Gar is at the front of an attack formation, he's taking about 30 damage after a single casting of shield, I think. I could be wrong on that, but I think he's taking 30 to 40 damage after the first shield cast. Ray is going to be taking a lot more than that. And you also need 50 agility. You need 50 agility to X-turn Shroom. So I would need 2 speed casts with this setup. So if I do 2 speed casts with this setup, we get there, right? So, I mean, it's feasible. It's feasible. So Ray might be able to get some good value in that round. We basically would just have Momo cast Influence on turn 1, and then just start spamming War Shout every turn, while Shroom gets eaten alive by the Tiger and the Thinger. I'm actually curious if I should start experimenting with if the boss fights are close enough to a save point, maybe just fight them with every party member in a row. Maybe that's what I want to do. But no, because just a save point doesn't give me access to changing party members, unfortunately. So I would have to leave the dungeon and come back to be able to do that. The huge slug is about the same. I'd need to get 2 agility casts to be able to do anything to it. The strength value it has is a concerning level for a character like Ray in the front row. And it has a fire resistance that Gar can exploit, actually. Gar has pyrokinesis, which is basically flame strike. So the huge slug, I think Gar outperforms Ray on. Because Ray's not going to get... By the time Ray got to the point where he was set up enough to get ahead, Gar would have already killed the boss. Between Gar and Ryu, you've killed the boss already. Like, this thing is not surviving very many turns with a fire weakness against two characters that can use, like, you can use Flame Claw and Pyrokinesis. That sucker's dead in seconds. You saw, like, it took like 4 turns for me to kill it last time. So what else? Is that the... I guess there's... So anyway, so that's... I'm curious about this. Like, I feel like this... We're in a bit of an unfortunate situation with speed. Let's see what level we want to do the next comparison at. Because one issue with being underleveled is that because I'm underleveled... Because Ray is literally the same level that he started at. Everybody is getting to the level that Ray started at 3 dungeons ago. So to be clear, like, we are underleveled at level 19 for these bosses, and that has a disproportionate effect on Ray because he is speed-based, and speed is binary, right? You're either fast enough or you're not. Anyway, that's all well and good. Let's switch over to Peiko. To get the next bit done. Is Gar in the right Master? He's not, right? Gar needs to be swapped to Fall, I believe. Alright. So, but yeah, Ray could do some decent work against some of these bosses, I think. Some of the bosses that we've been running up against, I think that Ray could do fine on. Who does Ray need as a Master for level 20, by the way? Ray needs Daze for level 20, apparently. And then needs Fall and then Ladon. That's so funny that we need Ladon for the next level. But objectively, Ladon is the correct choice. Like, there's just no comparison. Ladon is the correct choice, so... We'll throw Ray onto Daze so that he has a little bit of an EXP buffer, but he's unfortunately not going to be leveling up. He's not going to catch up until later. We'll have to use a Ray strat for the Berserker to make up for lost time. We'll fight the Berserker with every single party member, like figure out a means of beating it with everybody, so that everyone has like the opportunity to shine in that fight, and we can see like what they can do and work with them and do that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think you could probably get away with using Ray for the issue that you're going to run into, right, is that, and this is a big issue. Ray right now is already 2/3 of the way toward capped in terms of attack power. Nobody else is anywhere near it. Actually, that's not true. The protagonist is as well. Right now, the Ray is most similar to the protagonist in warrior form. The protagonist requires less setup to make it happen, but does a little bit less damage by default. Even with the power differential between the two of them right now. Even with the pretty massive gulf in power, I think that Ray still comes out on top in terms of base damage because I can't use Aura yet. I don't have the AP, I don't have the max AP available to make the protagonist just go completely ham, right? And we can't use a cheaper option in warrior form. We can use a cheaper option in Myrmidon form, but Myrmidon form is extremely expensive and we don't have access to it yet. So for bosses that have a weakness, right, like as an example, for the huge slug, no contest, the protagonist is going to be doing like double what Ray is doing. I will point out also, by the way, when we're comparing like speed values between like Arc and like Ray, bear in mind that I can increase Arc by 70% while also like tripling my attack power. That's not true. It doesn't increase my attack power. That doesn't triple my attack power. It's like is it like double to 220 or something? I don't remember. Is it one? Is it 1.? I actually don't remember what the difference is for. I don't remember what warrior does for my attack power. Okay, so we are putting Gar under Fall. And Gar is going to be here for 2 levels. Okay, so Gar is now set, and we can remove Gar from the party, and we can start on Peiko. Peiko, I think, is not going to be as crazy as I would expect, because Peiko's not going to be that fast. But Peiko will benefit dramatically from the existence of Speed Boots, honestly. The existence of Speed Boots and the existence of the Speed spell are a pretty big deal for Peiko. They are. They, like, legitimately, that's a point of contention there. So let's go ahead and strip these two, so that I don't... so that I have access to everything that I need access to. We will change party members, and we will... I don't know if we're going to be able to get Peiko all the way up to... We're not going to be able to get Peiko all the way up right now. Also, I need to get the skill links. I didn't actually get the skill links. We have 15 minutes left. There's no way that we're getting too many levels on Peiko, but we can start up Peiko. And can we? Because I do need to go to the bathroom. So, what I could do is I could just start up Peiko on Monday or tomorrow, because if it is going to be a leveling stream, well, it's not going to be a full leveling stream. I shouldn't do more Breath of Fire tomorrow. I shouldn't. But I do kind of want to. So maybe I will. It is kind of like an anything goes kind of day, and I'm not playing as much Breath of Fire as I want to be playing because my stream schedule is not aggressive enough. My stream schedule is not aggressive enough for me to be getting as much Breath of Fire in as I want to be getting in. So, is this the one with the Manillo? No. Let's grab the Manillo. We will deliver all of the trout, and
Get ready.
okay, we already have the coin equipped. And let's see, what else are we gonna... So this will allow us to put Monopolize onto Peiko, and we're going to get Peiko up to level 19. We'll compare Peiko's stats. Some of Peiko's stats are going to seem crazy. Like, after what we have just seen, Peiko is going to look a little crazy. Okay, we got 5 more. That's probably fine for now. I'm going to get 3 more baby frogs, because we don't have more than one, we just have the one. This way, if I break a lure, I don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, so are we on... Let's go. Let's take a look at Peiko. Peiko is interesting as a setup. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go AFK for a second. I'm going to check what's going on with the other people in the house, and I might just go 30 minutes late to get all of the leveling done today. I did that. Time passed way faster than I expected it to. If we get all the leveling done today, I'll probably do something else tomorrow, rather than continue on with the plot and things like that. Then I can just do more theory crafting and look at things and come up with opinions, etc. But I will be right back. We back. And we have the time. We have secured the time that we need to get Peiko to 19. So that's what we're going to do. Peiko with 18 power, 4 intelligence, and 3 agility. With no master and nothing equipped, is going to have to get good. So let's swap over to Peiko. And our first level will be under fall. This is a full value level. We could do a level here under days instead if we wanted, which makes my life a lot easier. Do I want to do a level under days here? That's interesting. I don't think I want... this build is not correct, so let's go ahead and change my... This build is not correct because it's looking at the wrong location, probably. Never mind. I set these up manually. So why are you set up as a fall level? I mean, this is an excellent fall level and is a really garbage days level, so I should probably not put you under days for this level. 1 agility. I mean, I'm losing 2 agility from doing this. Do I... want to... I think I want to prioritize the agility, actually, because we have these speed boots. If we have the speed boots, if we put you under days for the first 2 levels, you lose 3 HP. Your HP and your durability is going to be arbitrarily high, right? Not arbitrarily. It's good, but it's not arbitrarily high. I'm gonna try this, actually. We're gonna do the first 3 levels under days. We're gonna prioritize speed over overall stat growth because this character is so fast already. The next level is a fall level, 100%. So from here, we can... So that's actually great, because that means that I can get all the way to level 4 without needing to change masters. I could just throw Peiko under days. We get 3 levels under days. That'll give us a huge amount of agility. Because we have 2 agility levels there. A huge amount of agility, in this case being 5. But 5 agility is pretty good, you know? Let's see. We will go to... I don't think I changed... I didn't do the skilling thing already, did I? Yes, okay. So, we will go to do the skilling thing. And we will grab Monopolize off of you and give it to Peiko. We sure do have a lot of abilities here. All right. You know, I can move some of the garbage skills further down if I want. I don't need to do it right now, though. Alright, anything else that I need to do? Yes, I'm going to put Burn on Peiko, because we're going to want that later on. So, we have Monopolize, we have Burn, and that should be sufficient for right now. We need to pop out of here and go talk to Days and put Peiko under Days. We're gonna get 3 levels under Days. What does level 4 require in terms of EXP? Can I actually just not monopolize and fight like a normal enemy instead? I might be able to. Like 300 EXP is probably gonna be too much, but I don't have to get that much. So. Also, do I have the right party? Yes, okay. Have the right party. We could pop in here. Okay. Do I want to make a... I'm going to make a secondary save before I do this. It's kind of tempting to show what Mary Liko would look like, which is basically... Mary Liko is the way that I describe just putting Peiko under Mary Leap for the first 20 levels, and just calling it a day, and not really worrying about stat gain. Because I could also do, like, Mary Leap and Days... Or, sorry, Mary Leap and Fall instead, like do a mixture of those two. But I do feel like it probably makes more sense to just put Peiko under Mary Leap the whole time, because it's like your goal is to make Peiko into a just complete monster, like a speed monster, where it's like, okay, Peiko is now faster than Ray at level 19, right? Like Ray doesn't have 40 speed. So you end up with like 50 speed or something like that. You're 50 agility at level 19, and you can casually X-turn things. Peiko doesn't have any heavy gear. All of Peiko's gear is one weight. So you end up with an extremely fast character who has very good stats, is very tanky, very good at everything. And you do that by not leaning into the stat growth that he already has. You just lean away from it, but only you just slightly lean away from it, because Mary Leap only gives you a -1 penalty to those 3 stats. That being said, if you do that, then Peiko will be behind a lot in power, and I'm curious how much of a difference that makes for Peko. My thinking is it's going to make a big difference for Peko. Peko doesn't have access to any good weapons. Like, throughout the entire game, Peko's weapons are garbage. I think that Momo's current weapon is about on par with Peko's best weapon in the game. So, talk to you. Hello. I did, in fact, miss you that much. See this onion behind me? You've never met them before. I've never brought them anywhere. Days, say hello to my child. My sweet, sweet child. Okay. So, how much EXP do I need for level 4? Level 4 happens at... I just closed one of these random things. I don't know which one it was. It wasn't the one that I need for right now. Okay, let's scroll all the way back up to level 4. I need 90 EXP to hit level 4. I need 158 EXP for level 5. So, I think I can fight one battle. In here and see what happens. It's probably not worth it. It's not really worth it. Okay, what we're going to do is we are going to do what I had originally intended to do. Please tell me that I actually put blind on my bar. You have blind. You have blind. Perfect. Perfect. So, we have Nina. She has blind. So what we're going to be doing here is we are going to be having Peko monopolize, and we're just going to fight some Aigus. So specifically, we are going to go to here, where we can fight a lot of Aigus at once, potentially. And then we're just going to make sure that we can monopolize and beat them up. It'll be fine. The mass Aigus are, I think, a fairly common pack. We should probably put some equipment on you, huh? Flame Talons are 25 power. This gives you an idea of, like, how pathetic Peko's damage from gear is going to be. This is why... it is so important. Okay, what are we seeing first? This is a Goo Titan. This is way too much EXP. We need to run. Very funny that we got a Goo Titan first. I probably should have stolen from it, but it's fine. I can't believe we ran into a Goo Titan in the first encounter. Okay, what are we seeing? Okay, we have the initiative, and we can examine with you so that you don't do anything unfortunate. You are going to do that, and you are going to hit Monopolize. Now, I'm realizing that I should have unequipped the weapon on Peko, because Peko can, on this first turn, get a reprisal. So we're monopolizing. We're going to be getting... like 60 EXP here, and 60 EXP will get us a fair bit of the way to where we're going. Get that done, then we regen 2 HP, and then you examine, and you blind, and Peko also examined, I guess, for some reason. Because I missed, I guess. So that gives us 60 EXP. So we've hit level 3. We're going for level 4. So we have 5 power, 3 agility. Very, very weak first couple of levels. The first couple of levels are real bad. Peko gains a total of 7 stat points on level 1. And days... So, actually, for level 1... we gain 12, 5 of which are coming from days. Okay, so, shit, I didn't calc this out. Okay, so wait a second. We just got 60 EXP. Peiko starts with 0. So we need 150 to hit. No, we need 90. So we just need 2 of these to be blinded, and the other 2 to not be blinded. So we examine, we blind, we monopolize. So this will give us 42-ish. 42, 44, something like that. It should be 44, I think. Alright. Arc is going to just defend. We are going to blind the second target. Actually, we don't need to defend. We need to kill one and then blind one. And then I guess we could kill the other one. You're blinded, right? So we kill them on the X turn. This should get us to level 4. This should get us to level 4. Okay, there we go. So, perfect. So, we gain another 2 agility, we gain 4 more power, and we gain some more AP and all that good jazz. So, we should have an easier time now with levels, but still we're getting levels very, very rapidly. So, we're now level 4. We need to switch for only one level, one singular level. So, thus far, we gained very little stats from our actual level. We've actually only gained 2 max HP, and for a character who's as famously tanky as Peiko, that's real concerning, right? Like, Peiko is supposed to be tanky, and Peiko currently has 42 hit points. We've gained 2. These daze levels are really eating into our durability, and that's not actually true. It seems that way right now, because Peiko at level 1 going to level 2 gains 3 hit points, 1 AP, 3 power, and that's it. It's a total of 7 points. It's so bad. Level 3 is another 7 point total. And level 4 is way better. Level 4 is 12 points. So level 4 is actually almost double what the other 2 were. Like, it's worth 2 of the previous levels combined. But now we're going under Fall for a level. So let's see what happens when we level up to level 5 using Fall. So we currently have 42 HP. And we need to get... how much EXP? Because we're just getting 1 level for right now. We'll be getting more levels later on. We've got 13 agility. And we need 60. So we just need 3 Aigus that are blinded. And I think that's how I'm going to handle this. We're just going to blind 3 Aigus. I think the Aigu pack is pretty common. So... if we can get 3 Aigus, we can just blind those and then get the EXP off of those. That's probably what I want to do. I might just run away from anything that isn't Aigus. Okay, how much do I get off of Puffus, actually? Let's open up. At some point we're going to find, is now the time that we find out what I draw. Yep, this is what I close. Okay, we close the enemy mechanics. That's the enemy database. Puff goo. Puff goo has an EXP value of 30. So this would give me 60 EXP if we kill these, so we'll just kill these. We will charm. We don't need to blind or anything. We'll just steal, and then we'll monopolize. For turn 1. Oh, wait. Can we survive with Peiko? How strong are you? Strength of 21. I think we're fine. Individual pieces of armor give us that much. I think that Peiko's fine. Peiko's gonna take like 4 damage if Peiko gets hit. It is important that Peiko be faster than the enemies, because in theory, especially with Peiko on the field, Peiko has a massive, massive reprisal rate. Peiko's very capable of incidentally killing the entire enemy team with reprisals, and that's not what we're trying to accomplish. Is that the first time we've seen Peiko attack this run? I think it is. Peiko's very cute. Peiko has amazing animations. Peiko, like, growing flowers. Peiko, like, turning into, like, a super buff Peiko and doing the chain attack. Peiko's amazing. Great character. Wonderful design. In terms of mascot characters, which I think that Peiko counts as a mascot character, right? Peiko is, in my opinion, top tier. I'm gonna check how much I get off of you, because this is just like 1 mage goo. This is worth 6 EXP. I'm just gonna kill it. I'm not even gonna do monopolize. Okay, so we need 22 EXP, and then we will be fine. Okay, we have 15 minutes left. Okay, well, this is a little bit more than I need, but only a little bit more. So I think we examine. Nina is going to blind one Aigu and not the other Aigu, and we monopolize. This gives us 34 EXP. And I believe 34 EXP is fine. That's a perfectly reasonable amount of EXP to get. And Peiko needs over 100 EXP additional to get to 6. So we're now at the point where, you know what? I can actually just blind the other one too, because we're not gonna get overkill. So this will get us a little bit closer to the next level as well. So this is, I think, a good place for... So you can see, we went from 42 to 60 HP in 1 level. Level 5 is a very big level. Now, it's not that once we hit level 5, every other level is like that. Level 5's just... Level 5 do just be like that. But it's still pretty cool. Especially because it's a fall level, so you get, like... Because it's a 0 agility. You get a shit ton of other stats. You get... Let's say 26, 31, 34 stats. Baseline. 34... Did I say 34? I did say 34. So, the total stat growth for that level is 34. You get an additional 5. So I'm getting 39 stat points in a single level for level 5. It's freaking crazy. Peiko just goes hard on that level. Peiko actually already has 73 defense, so that's kind of funny. Let's see here. We should be able to save. So let's go save. And then we need to grab... I don't know why I came back here. I need to go talk to Days. So we're going to talk to Days for 1 level, and then we are going to... Actually, I'm not even going to save here. I'm going to save next to Days. Because I think we're going to fight in the volcano for the next level. Because I think a Vulcan will not give us too much EXP if we just don't activate it. So if we don't activate the Vulcan and don't monopolize, we should be able to kill a Vulcan and not run into overkill, I think. Not too much overkill, anyway. Let me take a look at my current EXP. Because I think we need 80 more EXP. And so that'll get us to 260. Where is this? And then we need another 150 on top of that. I don't think any enemy other than a Vulcan that has been activated is going to give me that much EXP. So we just don't activate a Vulcan, we get one fight, and that fight is almost guaranteed, I think, to give us enough EXP to get to the next level, but not to then get overkill. So we go to the volcano, and now we can just start fighting in the volcano to get the next levels, and they should go fairly quickly. It actually doesn't take that long to set this up. Once you've gotten to the point where you're at this section of the game, the actual leveling component is it's reasonably fast. It's way slower for me right now because I'm very paranoid about it. I'm very paranoid about making a mistake and, you know, like, but, like, it's if you're not that worried about it, if you're just fine. If you don't, you know, have anxiety issues, you just fucking do it, man. It's so fast. Like, I don't need to be saving right now. What could possibly go wrong? Right? I'm losing so much time to saving that I don't need to lose. Because I'm saving after every single level, and that's just very silly. I should be saving after I've, like, finished a decent chunk of the process, right? Like, let's see. I would like to say days. Alright, so days for days. Well, no, days for like 3 seconds, but that's beside the point. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we're gonna get to level 6. This is another garbage level, but it's a garbage level that does give some agility. So we're getting 2 points of agility this level. And this then the upcoming level is going to be interesting because the next level after this one is one where we actually get where am I? Oh, never mind. I saw the 0 AP and I assumed, but God, we have some garbage level. Peiko's crazy. It just goes completely back and forth. You'll see what I mean. But basically, like, Peiko has some insane growth levels, and then just like level 7, we're getting 8 stats total. We just got 34 2 levels ago, and now we're getting it's weird. So we're not monopolizing. Instead, we are charming into lightning into please survive. I was like, wait, I didn't monopolize. I was like, yeah. Okay, we actually got both killed. That's excellent. So we gained 63 EXP, which is not quite enough. And now I do have to worry about having too much EXP. But it's fine, because this means that I can just fight like basically any random fight over there, and I'll be fine. So let's just grab one random encounter along the way. That should give us 9 EXP. And then we can just talk to Fall again. Because we're talking to Fall for level 7. So we're hitting level 6 right now. Okay. Yep, fine. Oh. Find some bullshit right here. There we go. The random encounters don't actually last that long, so I should have probably just been spamming the button. Alright, we're not going to monopolize here. There's no real reason to. This is just some nuts. We will, you know what? Lightning should get the kill trivially, I think. Yeah, these aren't going to be worth a lot of EXP, so they might not actually get me enough. Nuts don't give you a lot of... Okay, that's enough to get to the next level. We get 3 agility, we get 3 power, 3 intelligence. Very, very weak level. Very weak level. But we're past that level now, and we can now get back under Fall. Under Fall's beautiful, beautiful tutelage. Every day's level, we are getting a step closer to being able to get the Monopolize in early, which is good. Let's pop over here. And we're now leveling to level 7. We use Fall for that. Oh, you again? What do you want? Sure is. There sure is. So, this is a level where we are going to get an equal number of stat points from the Master as we do from the level up. These low levels, when you're leveling up a low-level character, like someone this low level, some of these levels are just so low. There's just nothing here. It's 6 HP and 2 strength. And that's it. So, that's 8, and Fall gives 8. So, how close are we to the next level? We have 140 EXP to get. That is, I think, manageable. Do we want to do the volcano? It's fine. The volcano isn't that far away. It's not that time consuming to get there. Let's do the volcano. You know, I was thinking I'd be able to get this done by 1:30. I think that I'm not going to get it completely done at 1:30. I've been taking my sweet time with it. Okay. But hey, at least we can do the thing now. So, let's see here. We need... Let's just look at what our current EXP is. Our current EXP is 270. So, I can calculate that out if I run into something complicated. Okay, so Lava Man times 2. How much EXP is this worth? So, I have 270. I need to get 150, right? Yeah, I need about 150. And I need to have less than... a bajillion. Less than almost 400. So, I think... Oh, right, yes. Unfortunately, these are lava men, which means that I have to be concerned about Keiko getting gibbed. We can... let's not equip the magma armor. I'd like to have the double turn here, so let's go with agility. Do we have the fire thing? Do you have the fire ring? You do. Okay, you're taking this off because I need you to... Oh, you don't have the robot window for some reason. Let's equip that. I have 140 defense on you. Alright, and then you are going to defend, Peiko needs to have... Peiko has Flame Talons equipped, which is a little dangerous. We're going to unequip these and replace them with the Rippers. And we are going to change out the Speed Boots for the Ring of Fire. And we are going to Monopolize. And I don't know if I got myself set up correctly for this. He's an AoE. Monopolize comes out. And then I'm gonna, I think... Yes, we get X turns here. So I'm going to Flame Strike a lot of... Oh! Nina doesn't get an X turn. Okay. We absorb the flame once. That's fine though, because then we Blitz. And then you Blizzard just in case. And Peiko is like, guys? Are we safe? It's fine, it's fine. Okay, we get 234 EXP, that's a pretty decent amount. That gets us to level 7? Wait. Wait. I'm an idiot? Am I an idiot? No. No, it's the children who are idiots. I'm fine. Okay, we got to level 7. We are under fall, which is what we're supposed to be. We have 70 HP. So I just came back and then... Yes. Yeah, this checks out. Everything's fine. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, we were fine. Okay, I got all the levels done correctly. I think. Yeah, 100%. I would have had to have, like, screwed up multiple times in order to have that not be the case. We're fine. So, we got our fall level in. Now we get our days level. That's why we were so comfy, is because we're pretty high level now. So, Peiko has 150 EXP to get to the next level. And the next level is a days level. Unfortunately, it's not a great days level. It's only a net +2. 3 of which is intelligence. So it's like, in theory, like kind of a -1, but we don't need to worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, what are you doing here? You miss me that much? The one thing that you get a lot of under days that you don't get under other masters is you get a lot of AP. So, like, you get a lot of AP being under days instead of being under Mary Leap. And that's one big difference. The other big difference is the attack power is a big difference. +1 versus -1 attack power is a big deal. So, we just hit level 7. We're going to level 8. Level 8 is a days level. And we are... just going to pop into the volcano and calc out the amount of EXP that we need. We will either monopolize or not monopolize depending on what encounter we run into. If we run into a Vulcan, we will just activate the Vulcan and not monopolize. That'll give us 300 EXP, which should be safe. We're getting high enough level now that we should be safe to avoid like getting double levels. And also we can afford a double level soon. So level 8 is days, but then we have 2 fall levels in a row. So we need 150 EXP and less than probably quite a bit. 150 is a pretty small amount, but it's not small enough that I can guarantee that. Okay, so we need to confirm that 300 EXP is fine. Vulcans are worth 180 by default. They're worth 900 if you activate them. So that's 300, which I already knew that. I was looking at the wrong thing. So we're looking to get to... We're currently going for level 8. It takes... Yeah, we're fine. As long as we don't monopolize, we're totally fine here. And I think we wait until the X turn to do... Oh, wait, we... have important shit to do. We do not hit monopolize. Hitting monopolize would be very bad. This is not a good moment for monopolize. If I do monopolize, I would just have to run away, basically. You're just gonna snooze, get the steal. And I think that's the only snooze I'm gonna do. Oh, you don't have your... Fuck. Well... can I get myself slower than the enemy? Which speed is a Vulcan have? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna wait for Rourke to get up. There's no reason to... There's no reason to tempt fate here. Okay, so... Alright, so the goal right now is on an X turn, we cast Flame Strike, which activates it, and then we hit it with an Ice Blast. Or Blizzard. I'm gonna do a Blizzard. I'm kind of curious if Blizzard does more or less damage than Ice Blast. That did not get the job done, it's not activated. Okay, but it's also not dead. So, do you not have a... Okay. So we need to use Simoon. We're not doing it. We Simoon. This is taking way longer than it needs to take. Yeah, I was thinking we could get this done in a half an hour. We can't get it done in a half an hour. We now Frost Strike. This is lethal. We have not monopolized, so everybody gets 300. Pego levels up to level 8 and not higher. We get 11 HP through days, 8 AP, 8 power, 3 defense through days, -3. We've got 6 defense this level baseline. 2 agility and 8 intelligence. And we found the fucking magma armor. Let's go. We now have 2 copies of magma armor. That is actually excellent. Okay. So, we're a portion of the way there. So, let's get back. Okay, we're going to level 10 under Fall. And these are 2 levels in a row where we get the full benefit of Fall with no penalties. Peiko does not get any intelligence or agility on levels 9 and 10. So, pretty good stuff for us. Pretty good indeed. And then we are switching off of Bunyan, we are switching off of Fall, but we are not switching, spoiler alert, we're not switching on to Days. We are in fact switching on to Bunyan. Because we have a level where we get 1 point of agility, but we do not get any intelligence, and we do not get any AP. So that's a full level for Bunyan, which is not worth much, but it's better than nothing. We could also do Days this level, actually. Do we want to do Days? Wait, this is just a better Days level. Why would I not just do Days? What am I thinking? Days gives the same amount of stat points. What am I thinking? I mean, I guess they're not... Yeah, the +1 agility, we're taking Days instead. So never mind, we're not doing the Bunyan level, I lied. I lied. Okay, so we have level 8. Level 9 and level 10 we take under Fall. Okay, someone wants to be an apprentice. Yes! Peiko! That little onion from before. No. Okay, let's go. And how much EXP do we need to get to right now? We need 190-ish right now. I think it's exactly 190. But I wasn't really looking at the ones place, but I think they're both 8s. So that's just to get 1 level though. What do we need to get to? We're currently at 800, I believe. It's 808, is that correct? 804, so I was wrong. It was 184. I was completely wrong on every level. Okay, so what level is this? So level 9 to level 10. We need to get to 15. We need 1419. And then at level 11, we have 1900. We can get a full Vulcan into us right now. And that would get us exactly what we need, basically. So we are looking to get a Vulcan, preferably. But there's other options at our disposal as well. We have other options, but we'd like to just run into a Vulcan, because a Vulcan will just give us what we need and not put us over. Including if there are lava men in the pack. A Vulcan with a lava man is fine. A Vulcan with 2 lava men is also fine, I believe. Right now, yes. Right now. If we get any other fights in between, a Vulcan and 2 lava men is too much. But this will be a big level for us. So, 1958 is the EXP that we're looking for. And then we get a day's level, and then we go back over. And as we get high enough, eventually we'll reach the point where we can't actually overkill, and then we'll be done. Basically at the exact same time that we can't get overkill EXP is the time that we're done with our leveling and we end the stream. I might actually end the stream. I might not be able to get all the way to 18. I'm hopeful that I will be, but I might not be. We're 43 minutes over. Let's see here. We are going to... I think we're charming and using lightning. And, I mean, you can monopolize just in case. Unfortunately, after this, we will. We might still be able to eat a full Vulcan. I need to check what my XP is. We can still eat a full Vulcan. We can't eat a Vulcan and 2 lava. And we can always eat a third of a Vulcan. A third of a Vulcan is fine. Okay, that is not a Vulcan. It's tempting to just wait on a Vulcan, but it's not. We're gonna monopolize on this. We'll get some EXP. And the hope is that we don't end up getting overkill where we run into a Vulcan while we don't have enough EXP to grab it. We'll always have enough experience to grab a Vulcan, it's just a matter of whether we have enough to grab a Vulcan and there. So that's level 9. Level 10 is coming up. Level 9 and level 10 are not great levels, but they are great master levels. But they are better than some of the others. Like this, level 9 had 11 base. So we need 400 EXP. So that's 2 Vulcans. We can get, if the next fight is a Vulcan, we can just get that 1 Vulcan and then we're done. No, we can't. We unfortunately cannot take this Vulcan. So we need to... How am I going to kill these things? We're going to charm the Vulcan? Nah, we'll just Frost Strike. We're Frost Striking this. We are Ice Blasting this one. And Peiko is going, what? Okay. Regarding. We take the 2 Lava Men out. And this is a pack that we are going to eat a third of the experience on. We're not going to eat the full experience for this, because we can't eat the full experience for this. So, we now use Charm, and now we use Steel. We got the Protein, that's great. And we don't, right, the reason, okay, we're not on an X turn, so I'm just gonna wait. And then we are going to wait again, I guess, for you. And then you are going to cast Simoon. This is activating the Vulcan. And then we just blast it with a Frost Strike and an Ice Blast. And Peiko's just chilling. This might actually be... I don't think this is going to be quite enough to Thinger. But on the plus side, the next fight, no matter what it is, as long as we don't monopolize, we still don't have overkill EXP. Okay, that's not quite enough EXP. Oh god, we're leveling up on Arc if we stay here. Okay, I forgot about that component. I completely forgot that I was also managing Arc's experience and then we get like 300 EXP. Arc is fine. If Arc levels up, it's not the end of the world, but I'm leaving Arc at level 19 because I want everybody to be level 19 except Nina. That's my intention, is for everybody to be exactly level 19. But Arc already is under the master that he needs to be under to get to level 20. He's not... If I level up accidentally, I don't need to reload for it. Okay, save the game. And then I think we just fight a random encounter here. We monopolize, and any amount of EXP that we would eat from something that isn't a Vulcan is fine, I think, right now. We need several hundred EXP to to cap. So we will run into a random encounter. We will monopolize and eat the EXP on Peiko. Once we've done that, we'll be level 10. And then we can... You know, I might be wrong, actually. I think it's probably enough EXP. I might be wrong. This might not be enough. We might need one more fight after this. 2 bloodbaths? So Monopolize comes out. That's great. We don't have to worry about it from now on. We now blitz, and we typhoons. Shit serious. Okay. The blitz probably is going to be lethal. Nope, missed all 3. Okay. I think this typhoon kills. I could be wrong. That's 98 damage. That's probably enough. Alright. Peiko levels up to level 10. We get 4 power, we get 6 defense. Not huge levels. You'd think level 10 would be a pretty huge level, but it's not. Level 8 is a huge level. Level 10 is fine. So, we now need to go to level 11 under Daze. And then we have 3 levels under Fall. So... This is the level that we were going to use Bunyan for, and then it's like, why am I using Bunyan for this level? This should clearly be Daze. Let's see here. It's a good Daze level, it's not a bad one. There's someone who wants to learn from me. Sure is. Sure do be. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Peiko. Now, you'll note that Peiko is now level 10, and despite being under a master that reduces his HP gain for most of these levels, he has 100 HP. He has been on a master that it decreases his HP gain by 3 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for half of the more than half of the levels that he's gained, because he starts at level 1, so he's only gained 9 levels. He's gained 9 levels. More than half of those have reduced his HP gain by 3, none of which has been mitigated. He doesn't have any levels that he gets... Oh, wait, no. One of those is mitigated. He only gets 2 HP on... Nope. Yeah. Yes. He only gets 2 HP on level 6. So that level is mitigated. But, so he only loses to that level. Defense is 90, despite the crap gear that he's got on. And again, he's level 10. But he does have 5 defense from the boots. Let's see here. And our agility is starting to get roughly in the right position. We can get up to 18 agility now, which is not amazing, but isn't nothing. And we can get up to 22... if we really work at it. So we're at the point where we're probably going to be able to start out speeding the other 2 if I deliberately make it happen. Hopefully next level, because if it's not this level, it's not happening, because we got 3 more levels under Fall coming up. And... I think that we are just going to go until 2 and then we're end there. I said that I was going to end it. Okay, we have a Vulcan here, and I need to figure out if I can eat a Vulcan, because I don't actually know, because I didn't check my EXP, but we can take a look at what level we are. We are currently level 10. We're going for level 11. Can I eat 900 EXP? Probably not, right? 10 to 11. At 11, we'd have 1,300. And level 12 is only 400 more. So, no. But what we can do is we can eat a third of a Vulcan, and that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to eat a third of a Vulcan's EXP. Does Peiko actually get an X turn now? Peiko might actually get an X turn here. Let's see. You don't need to do anything. You're just stealing. Yep, Peiko gets X turns now. If I got a second pair of speed boots, we could do some crazy shit, actually. Okay, we grab the protein. Now we just wait until an X turn. And you know what? Let's have Peiko do it. So Peiko's going to use the burn. We did not monopolize. We're still fine. Wait! Shit. No, I can't eat this EXP because if I eat this, I can't eat this EXP on Arc. I forgot. Okay, we needed to not activate it. I think if we didn't activate it, it's only worth like 180 or something. So if we didn't activate it, I could have eaten the EXP on Peiko. That was just a mistake on my part. It's fine. We ran away from a Vulcan. We didn't get the chance to get the magma armor, but we already have 2. We need a maximum of 3. Alright, so we can eat this if we don't activate it with Peiko. This is going to give me 250-ish, something along those lines. So we basically just charm it, we steal from it, and then we just kill it with ice attacks. Okay, we monopolize. Vulcan defends. And then we are going to guard into steal. Into guard. Okay, we grab the protein. And let's see how much damage a Frost Strike does. And an Ice Blast. I think Vulcans are immune to physical. I didn't see it listed in the AI, but I think they're completely immune to physical attacks while they are not active, which is interesting. Let's see. Okay, so this should be fine. We hit level... what, 11? We're not hitting level 11 yet. I read this wrong. I'm an idiot. I actually could have eaten that entire Vulcan. I read this incorrectly. I was looking at level 11, and I needed to be looking at level 12. Level 12 is another 700 EXP away, which means that I had plenty of EXP to work with here. Oh my god! Okay, well, it's a good thing we have plenty of EXP to play with, because goddamn. Let's see here. We're gonna charm the Vulcan, and we are going to cast Lightning. And we are going to monopolize. And we're going to get a few hundred EXP here, but we're not going to get more EXP. As long as we don't activate the Vulcan, we're not going to get more EXP than we're allowed to get. Alright, we're going to we're gonna end once we get this level. We're basically gonna save, and we'll have to continue this. I'm just gonna continue this tomorrow. Let's see. We are going to just poke the lizard man. We're going to steal from you. Peko does require an extraordinarily high amount of EXP to level. He does have that going for him. He actually, at this point, needs like 50% more EXP to level up than anybody else does. It's kind of crazy. So, in order to hit level 11, Ryu, Tipo, and Momo require 1,300 experience. Ray and Nina require 1,137. And Peko requires 1,958. It's a huge difference. Peko really is very greedy on the EXP. Like, almost twice as much EXP as Nina. There we go. So that is a nice little level 11 for us. Put the level 11 in the bag. And tomorrow we will do the full comparison between all the different characters and just take a look at what they look like with this build. I'm curious about Peko and how high his power is going to be, because if his power stat isn't that good, that'll definitely be a weakening factor for the Mary Liko strat. If his power is like 150 or so, like if he can get comparable power to like Ray under Mary Leap, it's hard to not want to just throw him under Mary Leap and call it a day. Get him up to 20 under Mary Leap, which also means that you can basically, the second that you get him, you can immediately start. Well, again, not the second that you get him. It's not quite that simple, but. Alright, so 1 second, I do want to just confirm that I did this correctly, because I am paranoid and we are finishing up here. We are under days and we just hit level 11, and we're going to be getting 3 levels under fall next, and that is all good. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure to stream for you today. I did not realize it was going to take so long to get Peko up, because Peko has to we have to go back and forth every single level, and there's 20 levels to get through. So, but that's going to be it for today. Thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure. Again, I already said that, and I'll see you again tomorrow, when we actually will just be jumping right back into this, because we're doing leveling. We got to get the leveling done, and see you later.